Hi there, good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's a double day of darts, of course, as it is here every Thursday. Group C is about to get underway and here are the Super Six. From Plymouth to Portsmouth, Keelan K comes back to the Super Series for the first time since May. Can the Lord of the Board be the Lord of the Live Lounge? Jeff Murray returns after impressing on his debut last month. The felling thrower fell short of making finals night. Can he change that this week? Charlie Large, a local Portsmouth player and former World Boys finalist, is looking for a hometown glory. He treated us all to a large fish last time he was on that stage. Can he produce more tasty tungsten today? Speaking of which, Nico Bloom has been the MODUS Maverick this week. This treble 7 bullseye checkout, one of many magic moments. Switzerland's Felix Schertz has a mixed bag on his record this week. Bloom's fellow ADC Europe qualifier showed what he can do on many occasions. The same can be said of 17-year-old Thomas Banks. The youngster found ways to win 4 matches and will be reset and ready for Group C. Yeah, they are the players in action in this group this afternoon. Scott Mitchell joining us. He'll be in commentary with Henry Deacon. Scott, your first impressions on the lineup there?
Look, this is a Group C, I think, that is saying, come and get me. You know, all 6 of these players could really stamp their authority on this. One of the most open groups we've seen in a while. Yeah, absolutely. And this group does feature loads of players that have been here before but haven't really taken that step and made it through to a finals night before. One player, of course, though, is there already. Thibaut Treacle won Group A on Monday. Looking at the rest of the field, Rob Grundy, of course, who was at Champions Week just last week. Do you see Thibaut as a standout favourite to win on this stage on Saturday, or do you think someone could emerge from one of the groups today? I think the confidence that Thibaut is taking from this week, he's the sort is that he just bounces off that confidence and he'll come here throwing hard and quick and he'll be fancying his chances to take the whole thing. He thinks that he's done it the right way. Rob Grundy will obviously, he'll have a little bit to say about it. He's just starting to hit form at the end of the year at the right time. And he's always going to be the dangerous person to him, I think. Yeah, Harry Ward and Willie Borland also very good in Group A as well. But in terms of Group C this afternoon, I mean, you say it's a really open group. Let's have a look at what the bookies think of how this group is going to go. And I guess they agree. Jeff Murray, for me, bit of a surprise favourite. Bit of a surprise, but when he was last here, he was a little bit unfortunate not to go through. So I think that's probably where they've got that from. Keelan K's always round about there. Nico Bloom, he's very, very flamboyant, and I'm looking forward to seeing a bit more of him today. But like I say, there's not a lot in all of it. I think it's a really open group, and anybody could win their first couple of games and really stamp their authority on the group. Is everyone in that practice room looking round at each other thinking, actually, I've got a really good chance here? To be fair, the practice room is really quite jovial in there today, which is quite unusual. Before players start, it's usually quite quiet, but no, not today. They're all fancying it. I think they're all quite happy that they're in the group that they're in. Right, let's have a quick look at the bet builder. This is what the punters have been thinking. Some of the popular bets put together in a treble, and they go with Bloom on the handicap -1.5 against Charlie Large. Then total 180s in the match between Schertz and K to reach at least 2, and Murray to beat Banks, a favourite against the outsider there. Just over 7-1. Thoughts on that? I don't think it's a bad bet builder at all, actually. You know, Nico's obviously played already, so he comes in as a bit of a favourite against Charlie Large, but the others are really each way. I mean, yeah, it's just that total group. I really cannot. I'm sat on the fence so much here. I've got splinters on my backside. I really don't know which way this group is going to go. Yeah, if you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. As always, it's 18+. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling. So I suppose what you're saying, Scott, is expect the unexpected. I think that's what's going to make it an exciting day today. Well, let's get the action underway. What you can expect, of course, here at the Super Series is Henry Deacon in commentary to guide you through every dart.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to Thursday at the Super Series. It's the real marathon part of the week. 2 sessions over 2 days to determine 5 players that make it through to Saturday night's final. Well, we begin with the fella from Felling, Jeff Murray, in action up against Felix Schertz, the 28-year-old from Schaffhausen in Switzerland, national team player. And there's a real international field to this group. And this week here at the Super Series, a German, a Swiss, a Frenchman, a Scot, and of course England represented. It is quite the cosmopolitan feel, which is something that we've come to have expected at the Super Series. And one other thing we come to expect at the Super Series is that man there, the brilliant Charlie Courtefine, refereeing all the action. So it's the unbelievable 58. Jeff Murray that throws the first dart in anger on the 4th day of competition here in Portsmouth. Felix has been here for all 4 days. It's been a 95. Tale of trials and tribulations for him. He got up to a solid enough start on Monday morning. Well, he's won a couple of games on his first day, but then went on a 10-game losing run on Tuesday, moving into Wednesday. 99. And that was part of the reason why he derailed his way in towards the Group C proceedings. As for Jeff Murray, second appearance here at the Super Series. It's been a good 2023 as far as he's concerned. Has made it through to the last 16 of a Challenge Tour event, and we'll be looking to kick on here at the Super Series. He was solid enough on his previous appearance, and 80. Be hoping to go one step better and move into the finals. He actually, because of what he did last 100. Time here, has gone off as the 2-1 favourite to win the group. Well, we call it a group of opportunity, and I'm very lucky to have the opportunity to spend an afternoon 43. In the company of Scotty Dog himself. It's a very good afternoon, Scott Mitchell.
Well, that was a big welcome. Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been in the comms box 45. Together. Always enjoy your company, and yeah, looking forward to a really open Group C. I think, you know, somebody's just got to grab it by the horns, so to speak, and take charge of it.
Anyway, 41. There's the pleasantries out of the way with.
Yeah. We can start going out of hammer and tongs at each other now.
Well, these two looking to go out at hammer and tongs, 60. And it's been a bit of a sedate start to press. Shirts against the throw, first to a finish, but Murray can leave it much more makeable in this first leg.
A little bit nerves under pressure on that first one. Keeping it simple.
39.
From Jeff
Felix
Murray.
require 50.
Well, Felix has been spending some time with Nico Bloom the last couple of days, but he hasn't rubbed off on him.
No, very much so. I think that Felix is one of those steady type of players. He's not happy with that.
Game shot.
He'd be happy with that one.
Felix Shirts.
A nice double top to settle him down. First leg of the day goes to Felix Shirts.
And look, it's one of those legs that nobody wants to be involved in, but if you win, you get yourself on the board. And the fact that he only had one dart at a double in 24 darts will represent somewhat of a worry for Jeff Murray.
81.
Yeah, indeed it will. Area he comes
100.
from, we all know in the rest of the country is a hotbed of darts. You know, the guys that he'll be playing weekly will be the people that are making him play as he does.
140.
Felix, as you do as a player, you bounce off a leg win and you start the next leg pretty confidently.
One of two men from the Northeast playing as part of the ADC banner because of the Undisputed series. We're going to see a man who is here on Champions Night on Saturday night in action later on this evening. Robert Grundy's going to be here. And I'm really looking forward to that Group B, Scott. Willie Borland in there, Harry Ward and Jared Cole in there too.
Yeah, absolutely.
85.
Another group that you were just pleased to be watching. I think for myself. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Group B this evening.
100.
Yeah, we've got Scott with us for the next couple of days here at the Super Series. Well, he's got to be careful here because he has to stay upstairs despite the lie of the first start. And then recovers well the last
Felix
two.
require 80.
But Shirts can back the break out of a hold here.
You could see Jeff Murray saying, should I stay or should I go there after that first start? And he stayed to good
Game
avail,
shot
but
the second
to no
leg.
avail in the end
Felix
because
Schurz.
Felix Schurz hits that double top the second time in a row.
So
Third
Schurz
leg, it's
2-0
Jeff
to the
to throw
good. And
first. Game on.
Jeff Murray, who's kind of dressed himself like a PlayStation controller today, well, he's going to have to hit the right buttons here because the joystick
58.
is currently out of battery.
$140.
This is a different Felix than we saw in Group A already, I think. He had flashes of this in Group A. But this, 2-0, he's now definitely feeling more confident in this one. And sometimes I feel, Henry, that once Group A is done and you're back starting on 0 again, it can be a great thing for a player. It's like drawing a line in the
93.
sand and stepping over and forgetting all that's gone on before.
Well, it's everyone back on 0. I always say to players or people involved in this competition,
59.
unless you win Group A, it's somewhat of an irrelevance because it's a brand new competition on Thursday and Friday. Everybody starts again on 0 points. What's been and gone means absolutely nothing because
98.
the players that come in have got no prior match experience. You don't know how they're playing, so just try and make what happened before an absolute irrelevance. And that's something that Sebastian Białecki did very well last week.
Yeah, very much so. And I also think that
135.
obviously the
Felix
player that's
required
coming in that hasn't had those
170.
3 days is a little bit cold. So even though you may not have had the best of Group A campaigns, you know, it's very good to have had those
58.
couple of days under your belt.
So Schurz leaving himself 112 for the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. So as for Jeff Murray, it's just not quite got going for him in this
99.
opening
Felix
match.
required 112.
For the Swiss to continue his role.
I like what you did there, mate. I like what you did.
Bit cheesy, wasn't it? This could be a great finish.
74.
Doesn't
Jeff
go.
required 90.
Jabbed at it a little bit, didn't he? But you feel that Jeff Murray here has to take this 90. One dart to do it.
60.
And not to be on this
Felix
occasion.
required 38.
Where will Felix go here? Will he split?
The eyes are saying he goes 6. And so, spurning a dart for 2 at a more favourable double.
Game
Was the
shot on the
perfect
third
decision.
leg. Felix
Schurz with the
Schurz.
double breaker throw. 3-0 he leads. And since that, what do we call it, scruffy first leg, he's actually put the levels up a little bit here.
Fourth leg, it's
Now
Felix
throws
to
to the
throw
match, he
first.
throws for
Game on.
a whitewash win.
$140.
Just growing in confidence, isn't he, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Really a different outlook. He's, I said earlier up on the
140.
balcony, the back room is quite a jovial one today. You know, in the past when I've been here, it's been a little bit somber, a little bit, but today I feel that every player feels they've got a good
96.
go of getting out of this group, and I think that reflects on the pre-match stuff that we were hearing earlier.
Got to say, I like the 7-2 look of Keelan K to
22.
win this group. I think, as far as Keelan is concerned, this is the type of group where he should feel like he's the player with the most experience. He's the player who's
47.
got perhaps the highest ceiling out of everybody. And maybe it's the first time he's been in a group here in the Super Series where he can feel like he could be the authoritative figure. We're going to see him next against Thomas Banks. That may not be too
96.
long at all because Schurz is closing in on the victory here.
$44.
Is that the first slip of him in this match? I think it is probably. Oh yeah, like you say about Keelan. Keelan, it will be, you know, not often he'll come here as a favourite for a group either.
100.
Although he's not the out-and-out favourite, in most people's eyes, he's the name that everybody knows, and it's how he deals with that. And I'm hoping he doesn't think about it. Hope he just gets on with the job and
134.
shows
Jeff
us what he's
required
got.
143.
Well, Schurz is thinking of the win, and this is Hail Mary time for Jeff Murray. This 143 has to go to give himself any chance of staying in the match. Double 16 just moves on the inside wire.
Felix required 40.
Sign of a bit of class, that, from Jeff Murray. When you're 3-0 down, those aren't the easiest shots to even get a dart at, and he did. So he has to take heart from that no matter what happens here.
Game, shots,
Because
and the
Felix
match.
Shirts
Felix
gets the first
Shirts.
points of Group C, gets the better of Jeff Murray by 4 legs to nil. After a scrappy first leg, Felix won it, and then he took command of proceedings from that point onwards. A 4-0 victory for the Swiss, who gets his campaign off to a perfect start. As for Jeff Murray, well, he was the bookmaker's favourite going into this group. He's got some considerable work to do. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Keelan K is going to be in action. He takes on Thomas Banks, who is looking to make a bit of a kick when it comes to Group C. Why, welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break we saw the Swiss Felix Shirts get his campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Jeff Murray by 4 legs to nil. And so enter the fray to Keelan K and Thomas Banks, 2 young stars of the future going toe-to-toe. K, the man from Plymouth, up against this man here, Thomas Banks, who played on the main stage at the UK Open this year, took on Gerwyn Price on the main stage. As this man, the Lord of the Board from Plymouth, big Argyle fan, is the 21-year-old, 2-time Development Tour winner. And there we go, the 4th round of the UK Open, a career best for the 17-year-old from Sawbridge
First
Worth.
leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Keelan K out as the heavy favourite here, Scott, 8-15 compared to the 11-8 of Thomas Banks.
Yeah, I don't like to choose winners here because I've been in England teams with both of these guys. Obviously, Keelan, when he was an England youth player back in the day.
100.
And more recently with Thomas at a World Cup in Denmark with the England setup. So I know both of their games pretty well. Thomas is just such a likeable fella. And he really does
140.
not worry about who he's playing. And like you say, he played on that big stage. He played against one of the biggest names currently, and it doesn't faze him. And then you go to Keelan, and Keelan's
58.
a little bit more battle-worn than Thomas lately. But he's at a crucial stage in his career now where
41.
He's got to be learning, and he's got to now take what he's learned in the last few years and turn it into something, which I do believe he will. We practice together a little bit now and again online. And,
100
over FaceTime, Keelan and I, and we haven't done for the last couple of months because we've both been so busy. which is a good sign that we're both busy and sort of playing. So
80.
yeah,
you
tough
require
one for me to call this. I
150.
really don't know where this one would go.
Well, it's a very equal looking first leg, but Keelan K looking at double 15 for
120.
150
Thomas, you require
outshot to
140.
kickstart the match. That doesn't go. And Banks looking for 140 himself. That in itself isn't going to be completed on this turn, but he needs to put that high to ensure
Keelan,
go at
require
tops.
30.
Keelan K, double 15. Or does he decide to split? Go straight for it. Double 4.
26. Thomas, you require 40.
I do like the fact that he went straight for it. That shows a little bit of confidence. You don't want to run away from anything. Thomas now has one dart.
Game
and he
shot
sneaks
the
it in the
first
top
leg.
corner.
Thomas Banks.
Break a throw. Thomas takes the lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Perhaps reminiscent of young players. They're going at quite the pace.
99.
Both players have a very good rhythm. You know, once they get going, then they follow the first dart really well. But it's making sure you get that
100.
first dart in the right place and you get the feel. Very, very difficult to explain if you're not a dart player and you've not played lots of darts.
56.
That you feel the dart when you're throwing them, when you're launching them, you can feel it, and you know if you're under with one, you can feel the pace, and that's exactly where you want to be. And Keelan K's just proved that and showed exactly what I was talking about right on cue.
Yeah, he's got out the gate quite well here, Keelan. Okay, he lost the first leg, but averaging just a shade over 92 in the early exchanges of this one. And there just seems to be a real confidence about Keelan this time round. Maybe because of the fact that he may see himself as a bit of a favourite compared to last time, where I felt the last time
98.
he was here, maybe he was just lacking a bit in terms of confidence, and that kind of showed a little bit on stage. A real likeable young man when you speak to him off the hockey. Big Plymouth Argyle fan.
Thomas, you require 152.
But this time there's a different feel about Keelan.
42. Keelan, you require 66.
It's the Lightning McQueen checkout. Can Keelan K get his kicks on Route 66?
26. Thomas, you require 110.
So no way out now for Thomas Banks. It would just be trying to set up, put a little
Keelan, you
pressure
require 40.
onto Keelan's K. 3 darts at 30 at top. Sorry.
Game shot the second leg. Keelan K.
Broken straight back. And a break is only good as the hold next throw, and Thomas Banks didn't do that.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
And now back at parity, one apiece, and Keelan K has got his throw back.
$100.
Both these young lads, big football fans. Thomas Banks, a big fan of Norwich. And yeah, Keelan K,
59.
those that know, he's Plymouth through and through.
They both enjoy being long-suffering championship football fans, is what you're saying.
Pretty much, yeah. They were having a bit of a banter about it about an hour before when we both got here. And yeah, no, it was good to
55.
Good to see the two young lads having a chat about it and talking about some of their away days that they've been on. It's just great to see the camaraderie
85.
and yeah, and the fact that they have something away from darts. You know, that's very important, I think, at the ages that they're at.
Talking about long-suffering and championship, Chris Murphy's
59.
a Sheffield Wednesday fan. Not been a great season for the Owls, has it, this time round?
Well, just as well as the age he is, otherwise he wouldn't have ever remembered anything else, would he? I mean, they were back up there at one point, but I mean, that's quite a while ago. I think Chris was in short trousers.
Oh, Banks here, his left.
80. Thomas requires 40.
A break of throw. This will be the third consecutive break of throw to begin the match. That dragged low, so double 10.
20.
He just couldn't quite use that second dart as a
Keelan,
guide.
requires 148.
Okay, back for 148. This will be the first hold of the match.
And what a big hold it will be. It'll have to be treble 20. He's looking for another one of those. Double 14.
120.
Big chance there. Went
Thomas
begging.
required
You
20.
expect Thomas Banks now to take this 20.
2 10s for 2-1. Chasing 5s.
15.
Dragged low on 5s.
Keelan, you required 28.
So K is back for double 14, and if you get the sense if he gets this, he could really begin to assert his authority in the match. He's had the scoring power, but he hasn't quite had the prowess when it's come to the finishing. And
14.
that continues.
Well, it
Thomas, you
continues for
required
both.
5.
Thomas would not have thought he was coming back here.
Game
And he
shot
tidies
third
up
leg.
nicely.
Thomas
So we're
Banks.
yet to have a hold of throw in this match. Thomas Banks breaks for the second time.
Fourth leg,
His
it's
problem's
Thomas to
been
throw
holding his own
first.
throw.
Game on.
But that 140
140.
start will help him in that particular quest. Another one of that generation
100.
that you would have seen come through is in action tonight in Jared Cole.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, another one of
49.
yeah, I'm sounding really old here. Another one of the Little England players that was in the team when I was at my pomp in the England team.
100.
Yes, yeah, it's good to see them all coming through though. That's the big thing for me, that they're all coming through and all getting their chances, and they've continued to play
90.
well. So yeah, sometimes they go by the wayside, but a lot of them have come through and they're starting to get themselves to be household names.
85.
Scott, you're not old. You just play on the World Seniors.
Yeah, well, I'm one of the youngest there.
58.
Okay, here looking to leave it up more makeable. Banks has left himself on 164, but that roll of the eyes just tells you everything that he's feeling
26.
inside, because he should have
Thomas
made
require
more.
164.
Hey, whilst the sun shined there, as Banks goes to 164, doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to, but will he?
Game
Yes, he
shot on the
can,
fourth
and
leg.
he finds it.
Thomas Banks.
Superb from Thomas Banks. The Bulldog begs the bull to lead Keelan K 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
It's
Game
ironic,
on.
really, because up to that point where Keelan was 2-1 down, he could have been 3-0 up himself. He got there first on many occasions, and he's paying the big price now. The harsh reality is, you know, what a big shot that 164 was, and Keelan himself had to go at 148. Could that have been the turning point in the game the leg before if he'd hit it?
137.
We'll never know.
And suddenly the two bookmakers' favourites to go on in this group could be
140.
beaten in quite close concession. Or succession. It would be a concession of a game, I suppose.
43.
Yeah, we know on these 2-day groups that it's important you don't lose 2 in a row. How important it is if you have any plans to get out of the group, you really cannot lose 2 in a row, and it puts you on the back foot immediately if you've lost your first game.
54.
Now you've got through Group C in the past. What's the secret to success?
For me, it was just
47.
keeping my head
Keelan,
down, trying to
require
stay away from looking at the
167.
wheres and why-fors of the table, and just believing in yourself to win games. And that's what I would advise
100.
anybody that plays in either C or B. You've just got to get your head down, forget what's gone on before, and just get on with it. And easier said than done, though.
58. Keelan, you require 67.
This is to pull one back to 3-2. Going to be a dart at tops.
Game shot on the
Finds
fifth
tops,
leg.
back to
Keelan
3-2. And now
K.
Banks has the darts to collect the victory, to win his first game of the group in the first game of
Sixth
the
leg,
group.
it's Thomas to throw
And it
first.
would be a reversal of those
Game on.
fortunes from Group A, but he's playing some much better stuff today, that's fair to say.
Yeah, and I think if you watch Keelan there, he threw that last dart a lot harder at the
58.
double than he has done the attempts before. You know, and I think that's a telling point for him to remember is
97.
when you've got 3 in your hand, you've got to throw them the same as you are when you're scoring, because there's nothing wrong with his scoring. You know, he's been doing more than enough to be in the
81.
game. And yeah, Thomas Banks has been impressive on the outer ring when he needed to be
95.
under pressure. Not because of the fact that he's got big numbers or anything and big percentages on the outer ring, but he's hit them when he's had to
67.
hit them.
Keelan K, by stark contrast, has missed 9 darts at double in this match. It's been a bit of a outer ring sting for the lord of the
59.
board.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And that would be one thing that if he doesn't make this
58.
3-3, that he would be disappointed with.
$85.
Same with the last one there. He never left a shot. Thomas Banks going around the board, looking to leave some. It picks up a vital treble there, a treble 18 with that last dart.
95. Thomas, you require 144.
Big shot, but it's not going to go. And so Kay comes back for 70 to level this game up and
24.
send it to a last leg decider. Of all the times
Keelan,
to have a
70.
dart spit out the board, there was the worst time.
Yeah, that was a dart on dart out rather than a dart hitting a wire. It's top spin for Kay.
30.
Not to be. Will
Thomas,
he get back? Thomas Banks has already had the 164.
Banks looking to climb the ladder all the way to glory. Not going to happen on this
60.
occasion. So Kay comes back
Keelan,
for
you
tops
require 40.
to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
Game shot on the
Tops is
sixth
foul,
leg.
3-3.
Keelan Kay.
And Kay is going to have the darts in the last to seal the points.
7th and final leg. It's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Nice little tussle, this one. Nice little tussle for them both to open up the day.
We do like a good back and forth,
30.
Scott, don't we?
We do indeed. It keeps the game exciting. But hey,
96.
that opening 30 handed the impetus straight to Thomas Banks. He's going to have to hit 2 trebles here.
81. $52.
Both players below 30% when it comes to the checkouts. And I wonder whether it's maybe more a game that instead of somebody winning, it could be one because somebody else has missed the opportunity to win it.
Yeah, both were a little jittery as well at the start of this
59.
last leg as well. It was whoever can grab it by the scruff of the throat.
30.
And stay straight. Keelan there with 2 scores of 30 in this last leg on the throat. He was against the throat.
56.
You wouldn't fancy him getting anywhere near a double. 2 scores of 30 in the last leg, but at the moment,
100.
kind of getting away with it unless Thomas Banks has a double treble visit here. And he's not going to.
39. Keelan, you require
So
120.
Who had faced a 3-1 deficit in the face as 6 starts of the match on 120. Not going to get a go on this occasion,
100.
but he's going to find himself on double 10 upon his return.
81. Keelan, you require
To
20.
return from the brink.
Game,
And Keelan
shot,
Kay
and
comes
the
back
match.
from 3-1
Keelan
down
Kay.
to get the better of Thomas Banks in a last leg decider. Thomas thought that he had the game in the palm of his hand, but it came and it went for the Bulldog, who had a 164 checkout in amongst the piece. For the Lord of the Board, gets his first points on the board. An 81.79 average, 28% on the doubles. Both players are going to have to improve upon that as the day moves along. But Kay off the mark. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the extravagant Nico Bloom in action up against Charlie Large. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Keelan K come back from 3-1 down to get the better of Thomas Banks in the last leg decider. Next up for us here, Charlie Large in action, the young man from Waterlooville, former Boys World Youth Championship finalist, up against a former Youth World Master in Nico Bloom. That title came all the way back in 2017. This guy's success was only last year at the Lakeside, the 18-year-old from Waterlooville on the outskirts of Portsmouth, throwing with a 27-gram Red Dragon dart. Flower Power, the man from Cologne, has been smelling all sorts of opportunities on the bullseye. He'll be hoping to be coming up all roses over the next couple of days.
Yeah, Nico, one colourful character.
41.
You could say that he doesn't like to conform when you wear the grey trousers and the brown shoes and the
45.
And the flowery shirt. It's like a statement of wanting to be an individual, isn't it?
Let me tell you one thing about life, Scott. Rules are there to be broken, and I know on more than one occasion
100.
about
that. You don't even walk around with your shoelaces undone. That's the biggest risk you ever take.
57.
Dear, 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 young H. Dear, dear, dear.
44.
Don't you ruin my reputation as a bit of a bad man.
I don't think you have a reputation as a bad man.
Anyway, what do you think about this one? Because apart from the extravagance of Nico Bloom, and we've spoken about it a lot, considering he's had a bit of a break away from the game, we've actually seen some good stuff, because sometimes it can take a while to get into the mix of things again.
59.
Yeah, it can do. Yeah, it can do. Charlie's been just from up the road.
60.
Like you say, he has played at the top level of the age that he was at. So it's time for him to now try and move on.
94. Charlie required 160.
Can be difficult to come into the more adult ranks from the youth when things have gone so well for you.
44.
Like we said earlier,
Nico required 146.
Banks, you know, they've come through it and started to make a name for themselves. So it's
86. Charlie required 160.
60 left for Nico Bloom then.
Is he going to get a go? But Large going to have to find a way above that low treble. Couldn't quite.
100.
But this could be anything.
Nico, you require 60.
It should be 20 in tops. It is 20 in tops. Should have gone for the bull.
Game shot.
No, maybe not. He hit the double 10.
Nico Bloom.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Nico just before we went on air, and he was saying, well, the bullseye's the biggest double on the board. Well, I don't know who told him that.
Second leg, it's Nico to throw first.
Because I find it as one of the smallest.
I think there's many scientists that would have you correct as well.
Those scientists
60.
holding tape measures, that sort of scientist, or are actually somebody that knows what they're doing?
I'll let you answer that.
93.
I know how many bullseye finishes I've had and how many double top finishes I've had, and I probably one outweighs the other by a long way.
81.
I know, you need to work on your tots play.
We'll find out next week, won't we?
96.
Well, as far as the Oscar pilots laid in this one, there wasn't really much separating the pair. They had Charlie Large at 10 to 11. They just went off 58. With Nico Bloom at 4 to 5. And I suppose Charlie Large is at that little bit of the
27.
The in-betweeners stage of his career, where he's just left the under-18 ranks. Now he's moving on to the development tour as a fully fledged adult now. And those years between 18 56. And 21, they can be awkward years, can't they, for a young player?
Yeah, very much so. Very, very much so. And I, you know, a lot 58. Of people criticise the development tour for being, and I've seen people saying, you know, you shouldn't be there at 25 if you're, you know, you should be developed by then and everything else. Some are, and
100.
some aren't. And I think it gives the opportunity that if they haven't quite made it by the time they're 21, 22, there's another couple of years on if they're still, you know, in it. And I think that there's a reason
Nico,
that the development of tour is why it is, because it's
146.
so difficult to transform from one to the other.
We'll have a little chat about that in the
58.
next leg. But
Charlie
Large here,
required 47.
looking at 47 to get the break back and to level up at 1 apiece, double 16. Takes a while to throw the dart, and that one looks blocked, but he finds a way in with the second. 1-1.
Charlie Large.
And I suppose the development tour being the way it is, and I know there's many arguments,
Charlie to throw first.
both for and
Game
against,
on.
and I get both arguments for and against, but think about it from a society point of view. Society has changed as to what the perception of young and old is. Back in the day, if you're 25 and you've probably got a mortgage under your belt, you might have had 1 or 2 kids and you're settling down in life. The average 25-year-old is very much different these days. Society has changed, and
140.
as a consequence, maybe the way that we develop a dart player should be more reflective of the modern times.
You've just actually you've given my life story there in about 4 sentences. That is exactly right. That is how my life was. I wasn't playing at this age as much as I do now. And that for that very reason, I was married young at 21
46.
and children by 23 and 26. It's just, yeah, you're absolutely right. The way that the players develop now is very much different. And the way that the game goes, you know, whereas back in my day, it was you did well in your local darts team, and then that took you to the local Super League team. Their captain to come and find you, and you do well within the teams as an individual.
43.
And that took you to the next level, onto your counties, on to play for England, and then for me, it was England on to playing at the World Championship. So, and that's not the route anymore. It's just not the route anymore.
134.
So I totally agree with what you're saying. It is just totally different now to the way it was 15 years ago.
And you can draw parallels to other sports. For example, you look at football.
40. Charlie
We'll talk about it a bit more in the next leg. Large
151.
151 doesn't go. But you look at sports like football, for example, where an academy program for most professional clubs would finish at the age of 18, and then at that point you either make it or you don't, and you go and get a job. But you watch development football now, and there's development years up to the age of under 23s, and so if it's good enough for multi-billion-pound industries such as the Premier League is, then surely other sports should draw the same parallels, which other sports have done as Bloom hits a max.
Yeah,
Charlie
I absolutely agree
60.
with that. So 60 for Large. Go for the right-hand side. Surely, lovely dart there.
Charlie
from
Large.
Charlie Large. Good hold a throw as well, under a lot of pressure from the 180 with the last visit there from Nico
Game
Bloom.
on.
And actually, this is kind of one of the nice things about this group, because it feels like a bit of a development group. I know
45.
Felix and Jeff are a little bit older in terms of their years, but in terms of experience, it feels like they're all very much at the same stage.
Yeah, spot on. H, good spot. I like that. Yes.
93.
And I think that's why we're sat here, probably with 3 games in, really none the wiser to where this group is going to go.
96.
New experience for everyone. Been a new experience for us. It's been a while since we've been down here together. Usually it's me and you upstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. You standing on a box that looks somewhere near the same height as me. It's yeah, very good. Oh, I let the cat out the bag.
180.
But Nico Bloom has let the max out the bag, and Charlie Large with the layup in the last turn by going down to 19s means that he was leaving the fabled 350 and 6, because the counting there meant that if he hit a maximum, he would have been left on the maximum finish, and it would have given him a chance to bed the 170 big fish. Didn't quite come to avail. The Nico Bloom here has left himself on 80 after 12 to level this match up at 2 apiece.
94. Nico,
yeah,
you
good
require
thinking
80.
there from Charlie Large. Is he going to get back? We have seen. He is going to get back.
40. Charlie, you require 160.
I think the fear there for Nico was he was going to hit the treble after the first one. Charlie doesn't do Large
85.
on this occasion.
Nico, you require 40.
Tops for Nico.
Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Nico Bloom.
But did Nico Bloom kind of undo himself? He almost like got hoisted by his own sword to a certain extent because it looked like he was going for the Andy Hamilton tactic of going low on the 20 to ensure he didn't block the bed of tops. But because the first run dragged below, it's kind of kissed off the barrel on that and sailed into the single one.
81.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I couldn't agree more. If he was throwing below, he wasn't throwing below far enough to try and miss his original dart. And
140.
That's where it caused him a slight problem. I don't believe he threw it into the one. I think it caught the flight and went that way, which is something you have to eradicate
140
from your game. If that's the way that you're going to do it, you must make sure at all costs that you don't start flight clattering.
60.
Well, Flower Power will be hoping to have the higher power this week and to
140.
make it through to the Saturday night final. That is first time of trying.
42. Charlie required 140.
Larchier looking for a finish befitting of his name. Not going to find the 140 on this occasion, but he has got the luxury of time.
100.
But these two have kind of been trading throws in this game. Breaks a throw, kind of been in rare supply.
Charlie required 40.
Large leaving tots after 12. Has got 6 from here for 3-2 lead. And yet another hold.
Charlie Large.
That's exactly the case. 13 data. And Charlie Large here is just beginning to go through the gears.
Yeah, he is. He's running a mid-80s average there. 86, really nice. 3-on-4 for his checkouts, which is really nice. And the pressure is now all on Nico Blum because he has to hold his throw
45.
Here. And just seeing that pressure there in that very first throw. Now, Charlie can go and hit a ton or a 96 or anything and find a treble.
58.
All of a sudden, Nico would have been in big trouble.
Nico will feel like he's just been let off a little bit there, and he has to make full advantage of that.
99.
Many times we see 4-2 results here. And Henry, it's usually because the guy is trying to hold his throw to go 3-3. It's a tough old leg to try and
96.
hold. If you allow that in your head, most of us try to forget that and go, well, it's my throw, I'm having it. We're going 3-3 here. And the days that you think like that, that's when you do go 3-3.
96.
And if you're in the position of Charlie Large, you almost treat this as a free hit because of that maybe the arm blows a bit more freely.
Yeah, it does.
99.
Yeah, it does. You play with a freedom that you don't usually play with if you're trying to hold your own throw.
91.
Well, he's left himself on the biggest of all fishes. This would be a real blossoming in the autumn for Nico Bloom if he can find this.
121.
Nico
recovery there from Charlie Large.
Really good recovery to put pressure on this 170. Not to be this time.
84. Charlie required 127.
Paul Hinks is here from tomorrow. Charlie Large could have a 127 to win the game. Not
80.
this time.
Nico, you require 86.
So treble 18 for Nico Blum.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Evens the game
Nico
up.
Bloom.
3-3. Now all the pressure's on Charlie Large to hold his throw to win the match.
7th and final leg. It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Large with the darts. And in this group where we thought that there would be no splitting between the 6, well, the first 3 games have starting to feel a representativity of that. Shirts beating Murray 4-0, but the previous 2 matches going all the way to a decider. And Large of a dried start there has opened up the door for his German opponent.
40.
This match is seesawed for the shore, but it depends whether you seed or you sword, depending on which side of the fence you're sitting for who you want to win here. Did
100.
you seed or did you saw? That's the question.
I'll be honest, usually when it comes to seesaws, I'm usually at the bottom.
60.
Yeah, me too, mate. Yeah, whichever end I'm sat on, I'm usually on the bottom. So, yeah, I don't think if we went to the park after for a little seesaw, you'd be on
98.
the bottom, mate. You'd be fine.
I think I'll be flung up in the air somewhere.
You need a parachute in case you fell off, mate.
95.
So Charlie Large 6 from 246 to get the job done. And maybe he'll be flying high as a kite in this seesaw encounter.
101. Charlie required 150.
Well, I know what Nico Blum would do on this finish, but Charlie Large sits on the cup of conventionality.
Thank goodness for
58.
my sanity. But yes, Charlie's had 3 good visits there. 198, 96 before that 58, and that's put him in prime position here.
57. Charlie required 92.
So 92 for the match for Charlie Large. Treble 17 would have given him a dart at tops.
36.
So 148. Big
Nico, you require 148.
shots out, but maybe a big moment for Nico Blum. Not going to go.
No.
78.
I think he actually went for a
Charlie
54 there
56.
first start when he hit that one. So it's double 12 now.
Game, shot, and the match.
Charlie Large picks up a big win. He gets the better of Nico Blum by 4 legs to 3. It was a battle that moved one way then another. Nico Blum, as you can see there in the background, disappointed that he didn't pick up the points in the end. He shakes his head as he moves stage left. But it's Charlie Large with an 84.93 average and 4/6 when it came to the doubling, who picks the points up in the end. And so that is the end of our first round affairs here at the Super Series. When we return, it's going to be a battle of England against Switzerland. And it's going to be Felix Schertz in action up against Keelan K.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have had 3 games so far, and Jeff Murray went down 4-0, favourite to win the group against one of the outsiders, Felix Schertz. A 4-0 victory for the Swiss player. Keelan K then getting the better of Thomas Banks 4-3 before Charlie Large also got a 4-3 victory against Nico Bloom. Bloom's going to take on Jeff Murray in a couple of games' time. Banks facing Charlie Large, but coming next, it is Felix Shirts against Keelan K. And guiding you through this one, I'm going to hand you to our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks very much, Murph. Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that the opening 3 games have gone, this could be an important game into where this group could go at this early stage.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think who it'd be more important for in terms of needing to pick up the victory. I'm wondering whether it's Felix. I'm just beginning to wonder whether he's a bit of a confidence player. And the reason I say that, record on Monday, played okay, won a couple of games. Then when you move into Tuesday, he loses 10 games on a trot. And then you move into Wednesday, then there is a bit more confidence in there. As for Keelan K, you get the sense, because he's been here, he's done it, and he's worn the T-shirt once or twice, that he kind of knows what he's doing.
Yeah, very much so. I think so. And I think also for Keelan, it's very important for his confidence to win another game on the trot, to then start thinking, hang on a minute, this is going to be my couple of days here. Thoughts are massive in a dart player's mind, and he needs to be thinking positively. He's one of those players that needs that. I know we all need it. Some people can lose a game and then come back with their biggest game after because they're really angry that they lost it. And Keelan's not kind of one of those players at this particular stage in his career. And like I say, I'm just looking forward to see where this group goes, because it really is so open that I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. And we've seen how open it is with the last 2 4-3s.
Yeah, we're just awaiting this game to get underway. Just a couple of technical issues. Apologies about that. So let's talk about what's happening later on tonight. Group B is going to be getting underway in earnest. 10 o'clock here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel. And I'm intrigued to see Rob Grundy in action, because he had the disappointment last week where he made it all the way through the Champions Night, but probably didn't play to the type of level that he would have expected on the evening. Coming back a week on, is it a good thing that he's coming straight back into action, or would he want just a little bit of time away to reflect, possibly?
I would have said if he was coming back in on Monday, then we're talking something very different. He probably wouldn't have wanted to have done that. But when you've not kind of performed how you wanted to perform, to come back in and have a few days off, but come back to the place where it went wrong to put it right, I think he'll be enjoying that opportunity. I think he would sort of, bounce back for that.
Well, we've sorted out 1 or 2 gremlins, and we should be ready for the darts once more. It is Shirts who's going to have
first
the throw
leg.
in
It's
this
Felix
match.
to throw first. Game on.
And so underway we are. Shirts with the darts against Keelan K. Both players are the odds compilers, going off 5 to 6 each of 2. They really can't separate the pair.
No, they can't.
140.
I'm sure in a few moments we'll see why, because these two now, they've got a pace here that suits each other.
140.
I think Shirts is thrown a little bit quicker in this one. And he will, because
76.
Keelan K does exactly the same. So their pace will suit one another nicely here.
95.
He's himself on the big fish after 9 darts. What can K do by way of a post?
100. Felix should require 170.
The other little thing I'd like to mention is that who had the darts in the last game. So Felix actually won his game 4-0 against the throw. So now after doing that, he would fancy himself here with 4 starts against Keelan K, who won 4-3. And he had the throw on the occasion 59. That he won 4-3.
Felix required,
and it does make a difference in the player's mind. We sometimes don't see it as a commentator, but when you're out there and you're up there and playing, you're stood behind the hockey, you do think it.
K 126
Keelan, you require
against
126
the darts for the opening leg. You are reversal of each other's first games. It's the bullseye. It's
86.
not to be.
Felix required 40.
A good miss, though, hitting a 10. So it's shirts for tops. He was prolific on it in his last game. Not sure about this stepping back. I'd like to see a bit more
20.
with him, because you're then throwing
Keelan, you
three
required
individual
40.
darts where you're not getting the feel that we spoke about earlier.
K on tops can be a match made in heaven at his best, but not to be this time round. 10s could
30.
get him out of jail.
Felix required 20.
But that's another 4 misses there. That's on top of the 10 he missed in the previous match.
And it is something that Kay is going to have to tidy up on, as well as Felix.
10.
So,
Keelan,
an
you
opportunity
required
that
10.
Keelan Kay didn't think he was going to get. You've got to fill your boots now. Easiest double to hit is when everybody in front of you is missing. That's what I say.
Has in the past been known to split this.
5.
But he went for the direct hit
Felix
and he just
required
dragged
10.
it below. And so shirts back for that same target for 1-0.
That was the same as the double top he threw out. He had a big ricochet on both occasions there, but didn't help him.
Game shot on the
And there we
first
go.
leg.
It duly
Felix
goes.
shirts.
As the good old saying goes, you give me enough chances at it, I will get it.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
What's they
Game
say
on.
about broken clocks?
Well, they stay broken, don't they? In my house.
92.
I've got a phone with a watch on it and everything. It tells you the time. It's brilliant, these things. These new modern communicators.
60.
You'll find out about something called WhatsApp soon.
I know. I've got a grandfather phone. That's what I've got, not a grandfather clock.
Don't worry about that,
55.
Scott. Don't want to find out about WhatsApp groups.
$100.
It's a solitary ton, and that was so precarious. Even Charlie Corsafine had to tiptoe there.
$180.
hits a max. Looking to respond in kind in leg 2.
That was his first max of the day
60.
as well.
As a matter of fact, we didn't see a maximum until that last game where we saw 3
98.
between Bloom and Large. Some Bloom and Large scores.
They blooming were.
45. Keelan, you require
76 for Kay to
76.
level up at 1 apiece, and he has got the luxury of time here. He's even got time to stray into the treble 5. 61 remaining. I can see the logic
36.
there, because the 25 would have left double 18. Leaves himself tops.
Oh, please, you could see the logic. Looked like you were the only one.
85. Keelan, you require 40.
I think I'd have gone treble 7 on 61 myself, but
Game
and
shot
that's
on
the
the
reason
second
why,
leg.
because
Keelan
tops
K.
and 10s have been okay for Keelan K. Yeah, with the 61 left
Third leg,
there,
it's Felix to
and
throw
your
first.
opponent not on
Game
a
on.
finish, I'd have definitely gone treble 7. I know lots of things could have gone wrong there, but even if you drag yourself into a treble 19, it still leaves you a double 2. There's not too
59.
much danger of doing too much damage to the 61, but that's all done and dusted now. That leg is
100.
over. Both Felix and Kay are on their way in leg 3.
85. $45.
I do have to say, I do like the new carpet. I much prefer that colour carpet. I really do.
That's a shame, because I was going to give you that bit of yellow carpet out of
60.
the back if you wanted it for the farm.
No, not for me, mate. I've got nothing that'll match that. I've got nothing that'll match that.
60.
Yeah, new little trim for Series 6. New trim, who dis? New drip on the stage at the Super Series.
140.
Indeed.
140.
157 for
Felix
shirts, a
required
2-1.
157.
Keelan K's right up exhaust pipe on 156 as well. And now we're seeing needs a treble here.
41.
Not to be.
Keelan, you require 156.
So you say to yourself, does Keelan have to hit this or does he need to set it up? That's the question. I think set it up.
100.
We'll see him get a chance.
Felix, you require
and that's exactly what he's done.
116.
He hasn't looked likely, has he? Let's be perfectly honest. But usually when something doesn't feel like it's on, it's a time when something can tend to happen, but it's not going to be the case on this occasion. And so,
56.
the break of throwing a 2-1 lead, and you
56.
get the sense if he hits this, he can really take charge of this match if he can find the tops.
36.
But missed doubles has continued to
Felix,
be his
you
trouble.
require 60.
You could see he was thinking about it. The time he took to throw from the number 16 to the time he threw his first double top, he was overthinking that. That's my opinion. And I'll tell him as a mate in a minute when I see him, or after the session. He wouldn't say before, but...
Tense start.
40. Keelan, you require 20. No score.
Again, a
Felix,
nasty
you require
deflection.
20.
Not a bad dart thrown, but he's offered up another chance to Felix. Surely will not miss.
Can't afford to. And shirts is in Shredsville. It's as simple as that.
Game shot on
He
the
finds
third
a double
leg.
five.
Felix
And that is
shirts.
the look of relief on the Swiss. That was a thank you for winning the leg, not
Fourth
yes,
leg, it's
I've won the
Keelan to
leg.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I totally agree.
47.
And you ask yourself the question, how many times can Keelan K make the mistake and get himself out of it? Because he's having the chances to win these legs, and you don't get them back. They're so hard once you miss those chances to get them back.
You know, we mentioned that this was a group brimming with opportunity. Maybe as a consequence of that opportunity, are we going to see a lot of tense darts? Maybe not every player playing at their highest level because they all know there's an opportunity and maybe they do tense up
99.
a little bit. And because that we don't see the best of them because they try too hard to make the most of it.
What a fantastic point that is. Yes, that can easily creep in.
140.
Without doubt. I think we've seen it with Felix where he's thinking about it. You watch him score here, there's no hesitation, there's no whatever. But we're watching him then go for a double and it's 3 individual darts all the time.
56.
Can only try and set up here, Kim Felix. K back for 118 and he's hoping that's the number that kickstarts his match because so far it's
Keelan,
been
you require 180.
a tale of missed doubles. It's been 12 all told. Can't find trouble second dart to leave himself double 19, but he is going to lay up in the end to leave double 12.
$50. Keelan, you require 24.
He needs some positivity now.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And we saw that dart deflected as well, but this time in his favour. Going smack bang centre of that double 12.
Fifth leg, it's Felix to throw
Used
first.
it in a
Game on.
term that you darters like to call a bumper.
An absolute bumper, yes we do. Exactly this type of dart we would want to happen.
95.
But we do know on some occasions, or I'm one of those that realises if the flight is not in the right direction, you can't do a bumper sometimes, Henry. You know, it can, because you can see that if you catch the flight in the wrong way, it will head off in another direction. And I know people are now sat at home thinking, is he for real? He actually knows which way the flight sits to know whether he can do a bumper. Yes,
76.
I do.
See, Scott knows darts.
Yeah. Quite a few victories.
140.
Had a bit of pain as well. So you do learn from both.
You were telling me about something that happened in 2015. Anything happened that year?
Yeah, at the farm,
85.
we have 2 sets of twin calves. We did, yeah. 2015. It was one of the best years we'd ever had. 2 for the price of 1.
96.
Well, Kay threatening the break here. And he's beginning just to push up the levels a little
60.
bit, just as Felix kind of stayed in around equilibrium in terms of his level of performance.
100.
Felix's average is running more or less around what he did in his first game that he won 4-0.
Keelan, you require 80. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Clinical.
Keelan K.
From Keelan K. That was pop, 14 data. He's throwing for the match.
Yeah, much better as part of a combination as
6th
well. He's
leg,
hitting those
Keelan to
doubles
throw
much
first.
better as part of a
Game on.
combination. When he gets that double top left and he walks back round, he gets a little bit of time to think about it. He just doesn't quite throw with the same power.
60.
Because he's thinking, you know, I've got to get this. We all do it. We all do it. He could watch some of my games back and see me do exactly the same thing. So it's not a bad thing. It's something you have to be aware of. And you throw it slightly differently if you're not going to quite throw it with that power.
58.
Keelan's very much been known as a switcher, but we haven't seen that so much from him today.
100.
No, well, that's mainly because he's been getting them in the right place and not blocking himself. He can sometimes go under that treble and block himself. And when he doesn't, this is the result.
139.
Hertz here is by no means out of it. Just a couple treble visit here for himself. Makes Kay think
96.
again.
But ultimately, the telling factor in this match has been here. The scoring power pack, where 2-2 compared to 5-5 and
100.
1. Keelan's always had a score more than his opponent, it's felt.
Yes, he has. Yeah, he has. But that's not been reflecting
76.
in his double count,
Keelan,
really.
you require
Once again,
144.
although he's thrown 16 at a double, he's missed for 13, and that's something that he would be wanting to tidy up. But it's not something
60.
that you can tidy up
Felix,
here and now. You've just got to be aware
144.
of why it's not quite happening, which is he's not quite throwing them hard enough and giving it the old oomph when he goes for them and being positive and telling the dart it's going there rather than throwing it and hoping it goes there.
25.
2 different throws, that is.
Well,
Keelan,
Kay
you
is hoping
require
this is the throw
84.
that wins in the match. 84 to get the job done. 14. And now the ball to complete the job. Not
50.
bedded. And so
Felix, you
Shirts
require
119 to
119.
save the game and to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
He's now got to go up. It's 12 for a go at the bullseye himself.
94.
Closer attempt than Kay's,
Keelan, you
but
require
you
34.
would think that Kay has to go straight at this 34 now.
Game,
Double
shot,
17
and
completes the
match.
job for
Keelan
Keelan Kay. A
Kay.
4-2 victory, back-to-back victories, and he's had to battle in both. So he gets the better of Felix Shirts by 4 legs to 2. That was a drop-off of performance on first time around for the Swiss. Kay, a 4-2 victor in that one. And so we move on swiftly to our 5th game of the day. Sees Nico Blum take on Jeff Murray.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Tilly, 4-2, Kate Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And so, welcome back to the Super Series. That's your latest instalment of ticketing news. Let's see the latest instalment of Nico Blum and Jeff Murray on the Super Series stage. It's fair to say that it never quite got going for Jeff. He couldn't quite believe it against Felix Schertz in his opener. As for Nico Blum, he was edged out 4-3 by Charlie Large. Expect Nico maybe to be just a tad bit better in this second game than the first?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there were moments of it in that first one. But unfortunately,
first leg, it's Nico
Felix
to throw
was
first.
in no
Game
mood
on.
to let him get away with anything. So he will be looking to put that right this one.
100.
Nico himself be also looking to get himself on the scoreboard with 2 points in the table to make his campaign
59.
get off to a slightly better start.
As far as where the odds compilers laid their money, they still had
45.
Jeff Murray as the slender favourite at 4-5. Nico Blum 10-11. The odds compilers couldn't really split them. When that dart goes in like that, that's quite nice for Jeff Murray. Very much a stacker type player. The first one dips below. It's going to be quite a nice lie for him, but it lays just above the treble bed. He may have a couple of problems.
93.
Yeah, and also he uses that small pear-shaped flight, which obviously makes it a lot easier to get round.
39.
I do like what he tried to do there, but you can actually hit a treble 20 with the first dart. I know it's not the right way to go, but it could keep you scoring in just in the right
93.
direction. How many times on 302 are you going to leave yourself a shot? In comparison to the times that you go for that route, it's one of those.
43. Nico, you require
Blum on the
170.
fish. Another one of them. Would have left his favourite bullseye.
134.
Sets it up, okay.
$100. Nico, you require 36.
Had split.
24.
And no hit.
Jeff, you require 120.
And so Murray comes back, wanting to climb the ladder. 120. That's a perfect first dart to bump one on top, but he couldn't quite use it.
60. Nico, you require 12.
Not quite to be. So Blum will go back. Double six. Reap his way in.
Game shot on the first leg. Nico Blum.
But Nico has won legs already here today, so that's
Second
not
leg,
a
it's Jeff
surprise
to
to come in
first.
and get
Game
that.
on.
For Jeff now, it's just vital that he wins this leg for his whole day, because he went down 4-zip in his first one.
81.
And the longer it takes you to get a leg, the more annoyed you get. It is just a funny thing to try and explain. It just starts playing on your mind like a bit of chewing gum stuck on your shoe. You know what I mean? It just gets on your nerves.
Well, having a look here, Scott, at the side-on angle of the player's throw, and well, that was a near perfect throw from Jeff. We're going to have a look here at the action of Nico. It's very old school, isn't it, where he draws the dart back, maybe a little bit of shoulder in there.
96.
The fundamentals are quite good.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so. I like what I see there. There's a bit of a flick to the throw at the end, which is where he gets his
22
power propulsion from. It's not through a quick movement of the arm. It's just that last flick of the wrist. But that's the way that most dart players play, and you're seeing something very similar here.
58.
Whereas Nico Bloom's is more of a push of a dart rather than a throw. It's a very, you can see that's more of a flick through in the follow
100.
through, and it's been successful. Whereas Nico's is more of a push towards where he's heading, or where he's aiming, I should
77. Jeff, you require 158.
158 to level this game up at 1-1. Not going to happen this time. Run to cover because of that first dart above the treble.
58.
And not for the first time in this
Nico,
match.
you require 170.
Nico Bloom has left the fish.
Just the bullseye's his favourite shot, but he's got to get himself there on one of these 170s is what
55.
he's got to do.
Jeff, you require 100.
So, ton for 1-1. Tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Jeff Murray. And that's some way to get your account for the day up and running.
Yeah, it really is, and you've got to stay positive with
Nico
that.
to throw first.
You've not got to start
Game
thinking,
on.
I've got to hit a ton to get a leg at this place. You can't start thinking that because otherwise it won't happen. Nico Bloom looks a different player here in this one for me.
180. $100.
And when I say look, I don't mean by the way he's dressed or whatever. Just he looks to have a more positive throw in this game. He looked apprehensive in his first
57.
game. Whereas this one, he doesn't seem to be so.
And as you mentioned, because of the long layoff, he's played next to nothing for a number of years now. Analysing him is perhaps
99.
different to analysing other players because you have to put some caveats on the performances. There's going to be some inconsistent ones at points because he hasn't played as much.
94.
No, absolutely, and we've seen it with other players as well, haven't we? We've seen it with Marino Michaels, has had a bit of a layoff and came back, and then
128.
Super Mario the other day.
Nico required 170.
He hadn't played since 2008, 2007, and life had kind of got in the way, and he was now back in a group with Martin Adams and stuff, so that was great to see as well. So the Super Series continues to find not just new talent, it continues to bring back some talent that maybe were a little way away and we didn't know that they were still around.
Nico, you require 36.
While you're here soon.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, that's a 13 darter for Nico Bloom to lead 2-1. And maybe he's just beginning to go through the gears. Jeff Murray looks like a man
fourth leg, it's Jeff to throw
in
first.
which no matter
Game
what
on.
he throws, he feels like everything's just going to come back in return at him. Well, that dips just below the treble.
60.
The third one clatters the flight of the second, as you can see from the overhead angle.
Yeah, super camera angle that. We've obviously with a purpose-built studio that we are in for this type of
100.
thing. You get camera angles here you do not see on other channels.
Please don't praise them, guys. They do a great job. They do a great job. And Jeff's doing a great job there. Unbelievable, Jeff.
Indeed. Except every Jeff fan in the north of England believe that he can do that.
140.
Well, we saw last time he was hit. The level that he's got was unlucky to miss out on finals night on that particular occasion.
100.
I'm liking what I'm starting to see here with Jeff Murray. He's looking to settle nicely. There's nothing better to make you concentrate than somebody sort of hitting big scores against you, which is what Nico's been doing to him in the last couple of legs.
90. Nico,
That's
you
the ball over
require
the last start.
164.
Nico looking for 164. We've seen this today from Thomas Banks against Keelan K.
60. Jeff, you
Gonna
require
happen.
71.
Not going to go by Blum, and so Murray to level up at 2-2. 18 gives himself a dart at tops.
51.
Drag below. Blum's back for the break.
Nico, you require 104. $84.
What a tidy
Jeff, you
setup
require
that was.
20.
Only just hit the 16, didn't he, after doing the hard work of the treble. Jeff now really needs this. You can see on his
No
face.
score. Nico, you require 20.
And the disappointment of giving his opponent another chance and to take a 3-1 lead. Nico Blum surely will take the chance, and yes, he has.
Nico Blum. Fifth leg, it's Nico to throw
on
first.
The cusp
Game on.
of victory as for that man there, Jeff Murray. Work for him to do. He kicked off group favourite. He kicked off the man that everybody thought they had to topple. Well, he's the one being toppled so far. And now he's having bounce outs. Good recovery over the last there.
Yeah, very tidy. An old guy telling me never watch the dart to the floor. If you watch the dart to the floor, you lose your focus about returning the dart to the treble bed on your next throw.
$58.
Well, Bloom here with a big visit can put himself on the cusp of winning the match. Another trouble here would leave himself on the fish.
100.
So Murray can only now hit and hope. Hope that something
99
comes of it. Blum then needs a big, big visit.
58. $121. Nico, you require 152.
Welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. We're in the middle of the game between Nico Blum and Jeff Murray. Blum leading by
Jeff, you require
Felix 1 and
103.
looking to round the game off. Murray here needing this 103 to save the match. Isn't going to go. Henry Deacon in the company of Scott Mitchell in the commentary box. And we're about
47.
to watch Nico Blum here finish off the match.
Nico,
if he can
66.
take out this 66, he'll go downstairs first, looking for the treble 10 to leave himself on double 18. And now double 9 to win the match.
48.
It doesn't go. And so Scott,
Jeff
Murray, who
56.
been lucky at times, has got to go here at 56.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a must hit.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He does. Nice
Jeff
combination
Murray.
there from Murray. Nico Blum there had a dart at double 9. Well, he had an option of a dart at double 9 earlier in the match, and he chose to
Sixth leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
to lay up and sort of go for double 6 instead. Maybe had he gone for double 9 in that leg, he would have then not been thinking, oh my goodness, this is my first
100.
go at it right now, and maybe he might have hit that. Could laying up on 18 be
100.
a changing moment now as we go on in the game? Who knows?
It's been a group of small moments changing the course of matches.
42. $97.
Bit like a cricket match where you bat your way all day and nothing usually happens, and then suddenly it can all change in the course of an over.
24.
Yeah, tough time to be a England cricket fan at the moment. But yes, good analogy there.
125.
Doesn't matter. I've only got a test series in India in a couple of weeks.
58.
Yeah. Guys will come home for Christmas and head off back.
Well, we'll round up the order of play and what's happened in just a second. But Nico Blum here ready to cap the game off with a 84 finish, which in terms of his campaign would mean he'd get a win after
Nico, you require 84.
Losing out 4-3 to Charlie Large in his opener. Now, usually we'd say he wouldn't chase the bullseye, but Nico Blum did there. He was actually not wanting to hit the treble you sense to win the match on the ball. But he's going to come back for double 11.
125.
And it would be under a certain amount of pressure
Nico,
because Jeff Murray's
22.
left himself on a potential 2-darter.
Game, shot,
and
the
Nico
match.
Blum
Nico
finishes
Blum.
off with a 16-darter. There was patches in the middle there. That was really good. That's for Jeff Murray. Well, he was just kind of a score behind in most parts of the game. Nico Blum perhaps having a conversation there with, well, it could be anything in terms of his conversations with Charlie Courtefine. But Nico Blum is a winner. 4-2 against Jeff Murray with an average of 87.06. 4 out of 12 when it came to the finishing. Right, we're going to now see the tail of the tape as far as today is concerned. Next up, Banks and Large.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series, and let me extend my own personal warm welcome to viewers watching on Sporty Stuff TV. You caught the end of that previous game there between Nico Blum and Jeff Murray, but I'm just going to give you a recap of what happened before that. Murray went down actually 4-0 to Felix Schertz. He was the favourite to win this group. He won't be now after losing his first two matches. Keelan though has won both of his games, 4-3 against Thomas Banks and 4-2 against Schertz, and Charlie Large, a 4-3 winner against Nico Blum. So he's looking to double up himself. A couple of big wins for Large if he can get this one in the bank against Thomas Banks. And your commentary team for today is Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, two young guns go toe-to-toe on the Yoki, and there's a combined age on the Yoki of 35.
What are you trying to say there, Henry?
I'm saying the next gen are coming through, Scott. As we see the 17-year-old Thomas Banks, the Bulldog, took on Gerwin Price at the UK Open this year, up against the 18-year-old Charlie Large from Waterlooville on the outskirts of Portsmouth.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw
first.
World
Finalists in the WF system last year. And talking about fine young talents, there's Charlie Courtefine, world elite level referee.
59.
I'm sure he's called one or two big games for you, Scott, hasn't he, over the years?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has. He's an absolute star of a referee.
41.
Top man off the board as well. And that's all you can ask for. And he's one of those referees, as most are, that, to
42.
be fair, you never notice them. And if you never notice a referee, that's because he's doing his job outstandingly, which sounds absolutely daft with all that we've got going on in the Premier League
59.
at the moment. of football. I mean, not of darts. The Premier League of football with the VAR and decisions going all wrong. We don't have
58.
That. We have top officials here. Super Series. And boy, oh boy, are we proud and lucky to have them.
Yeah, he's a chip off the old block, is Charlie. As far as the bookies lay this one, Thomas Banks 10 to 11, Charlie Large 4 to 5. Not really much to split the pair. Well, you'd actually, if anything, probably favour Charlie on the basis of the performance of his game against Nico Blum. First up, but we saw an improvement from Thomas Banks, was just
25.
unable to really finish the job off in the end against Keelan Kate.
Yeah, I mean, they both gave each other many opportunities in that game, and you know, Keelan was the one that came out on top. But I do know that Thomas plays there with some sort of wrist chain on.
Charlie required 145.
I don't think I could do that. I can't throw with anything on that arm at all. I mean, even when I go for a flu jab, because I'm really old now, I get to get these flu jabs because I'm old. And yeah, nobody touches my right arm ever. It's nothing's on it. No Wolfie rings, no anything.
58.
I've got nothing on
Charlie
my right arm on a throw.
24.
I can't handle that.
Wrapped up in cotton wool. Large looking to wrap up this first leg.
No score.
But he's going to have time to unfurl the opening flag in this match.
Maybe I should get some of those big, lovely rings, and then I could use a 20-gram dart instead of the 25.
83. Charlie required 24.
Oh, now you made me think again now.
Thinking's no good. Double six. Oh, no. Now he's got to go stretching to the madhouse, but he finds it in the end.
Charlie Large.
It's a breaker throw for Charlie Large to lead 1-0 against Thomas Banks.
The attitude in those situations as a dart player is that, hang on a minute here, I've just got myself in it. I'm good enough to get myself out of this mire I've just put myself in. And you have to think like that with one dart in hand in that situation. And Charlie does that perfectly to take leg number 1.
96.
We've seen Charlie here a few times before now at the Super Series, and all his appearances
93.
have been in Group C. Hasn't made it through to a Saturday night final here as yet.
60.
And I suppose as the appearances begin to rack up and continue to rack up, the more you feel like, okay, now is the time I've got to make that push, and now I've got to play in these big matches, these big Saturdays.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Thomas, it's again,
60.
It feels like Thomas has been around forever, and he hasn't. You know, he's still that slender age of 17, and because of his stature and how long he's been around, we all think that he should be maybe developing a little quicker than he is. And I say no, I don't agree with that. I remember meeting him as a 13 or 14-year-old at
44.
One of the England
Charlie
Opens,
required 180.
and he was a great talent then as well. We just got to give him time to develop.
Double 19 for 2-0, although he doesn't have to go for this
99.
first time.
No, he didn't, but I like that. I like that style. Have a you know, if you're gonna break
50.
it, you're gonna break it anyway. Let's go and hit the 3 and the double 8 now. And I like the fact that he felt that he could hit it, and that's why he went for it.
PMA.
3.
No D8. But WCB will come back.
133. Charlie requires 60.
2-0. Can he just caress that barrel? Too far across. Now 4s.
Game shot on the
Bound for
second leg.
2-0.
Charlie Large.
He's just picking the pockets of Thomas Banks.
Third leg, it's
The head
Thomas to
is
throw first.
sunk.
Game on.
As far as the Bulldog is concerned. Darts downstairs, first dart of a leg. What does that say to you, Scott?
58.
But he's struggling to find a line on that treble 20 at the top end, and I think rather because your opponent sees that and draws something from it, I always rather to go up and make sure I throw a little bit higher and make sure the big 20 rather than going for the 20 and then try to let them drop down. If you do go for that 19s first start, I've done it myself. I've done it myself many a time, and the opponent afterwards said, "Wow, when you started going for the 19s, I knew I was in a good place in the game." And yeah, so you've got to be careful what you do mentally, 95. Not just for yourself, but for your opponent's mental state.
$95. $94.
Switches across because the 94 leads himself on the big fish after 12. Charlie Large here needs a large visit.
96.
Finds one triple, but that's going to be insurmountable as Banks leads himself 170. Doesn't have to complete the outro if he didn't want to on that turn, but he hasn't
32.
really cleaned that particular out. So it's a Luke Humphrey to Thomas Banks.
53. Thomas, you require 138.
And it's a Keith Denner for Thomas Banks.
86. Charlie, you require 140.
Can't find the 140. Banks back for 52 to bounce back.
40.
Well,
Thomas, you require 52.
Out between the two darts in the middle. It's Totsa Banks. Now double 10.
32.
Doesn't go. And so Large, because of the bounce out.
Charlie, you require 100.
His last start of the last visit is left on a square ton. Tops. Not to be.
No score.
Oh, wow,
Thomas, you require 20.
He's bust the score.
Game shot third leg.
On the 20.
Thomas Banks.
Thomas Banks jumps on that like a car
Fourth
bonnet.
leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Smiles up to the balcony. He can't believe that he got back to that.
93. $43.
Of course, elsewhere for the Super Series. Busy week in darts. The Grand Slam gets underway on Saturday as Large hits the game's first maximum. We've actually got 4 players on the Super Series in 2023
96.
playing in that competition, and we wish them all the best. Haruki Muramatsu, Barry Vampire, Fallon Sherrick, and Nathan Gervin will be playing at the Grand Slam, having played at the Super Series in 2023.
58.
Again, just showing
Charlie
what the MODUS Super Series
143.
brings to the game as a whole.
$69. $96. Charlie requires 74.
Yeah, good move from Thomas Banks there. Tried to hit those 2 treble 19s to leave himself 170.
Yeah, that's in, Charlie. Do you want to have a closer inspection? Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Charlie Large.
If in doubt, just have a little look.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
So, Large a leg away. Banks with it all to do. However, he did conjure... Wait. No, I speak out of turn.
125.
Ignore what I just said.
Yeah, that's the general consensus with anything you say, Henry. Yeah, no, not at all.
96.
Where you're coming from, know where you were going, and yeah, we'll ignore it. It's all good.
$28.
No, it was Banks who spurned a 3-1 lead against Keelan K in the opening game of his day.
100.
Coming up after this, it's Felix Schurz up against Nico Blum in our Cosmopolitan European
43.
battle. These two have met each other 3 times this week, and they've been spending a bit of time together off the hockey as well. They've been seeing the sights of Portsmouth with one another.
99.
They've been examining and sampling the local
58.
cuisine in and around Portsmouth.
100. 59. Charlie required
Trevor's just eluding
106.
Thomas Banks in this match.
90.
That was for Charlie Large. But Thomas, out of what's been a difficult
100.
game here so far,
Charlie
gives himself an
requires
outside
16.
chance.
Double 8, now double 4 for the match. Down for the Desmond.
12. Thomas should
Not to
require
be 88
88.
for Banks to keep this game alive, to extend it to 3-2. It's a down at the bull. Doesn't find it.
63. Charlie required
Large
4.
back for double 2 to complete the job. Is that a help? Is it a hindrance? And how awkward is that? He has to move across.
2.
Too far across.
Thomas should require 25.
So for the game to go onwards, it's 5 for double 10.
Game shot on the 5th
It's a
leg.
super
Thomas
finish.
Banks.
It's not been a problem. He's 2 on 5 for his double shooting
6th
here,
leg. It's
Thomas
Charlie
Banks.
to throw first.
His
Game
problem
on.
here has been staying straight and scoring steadily. He hasn't done that this time round. And that's what's putting him in all sorts of problems.
93.
Charlie Large is 3-2 up. But his doubling stats are 3 from 20. Shows that Charlie's been doing a little bit better in the scoring ranks
52.
to get himself the opportunities.
$94. 99.
Can he move him so close and out to the finishing line, Charlie
140.
Large? Well, Max would have left 170.
100.
Large, though, 174 points away and 6 darts from it to complete the job by 4 legs to 2.
60.
Yeah, double treble visit is what Banks needs, and that's
134.
kind of what
Charlie
he's done.
required 114.
Even Stevens here. Single 14 for double top.
74. Thomas should
He's a
require
little bit over the top there.
116.
Probably lives a bit closer than that one. He's a local lad. And now it's tops again for Thomas Banks to take us to 3-3.
96. Charlie required
So
40.
Banks dips below, but can Large go big? Can he just nudge it a bit below?
Game,
Yes, is
shot,
the answer.
and the match.
As Charlie Large gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. Large picking up what is a second victory of the day as far as he's concerned, and maybe the splits are just beginning to become apparent in this league table. Large, 4-2 the winner against Thomas Banks in that one. And it's all-European battle between Schurz and Blum coming up after this short break.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first 6 fixtures have been fulfilled in Group C, and a couple of players have won both of their games. Keelan K and Charlie Large, both winning twice so far today. Wins 2 for Felix Schertz and Nico Bloom, but none on the board for Thomas Banks, who was beaten by Large in the last game, and Jeff Murray, pre-group favourite, yet to pick up a win. K and Large are going to play in a couple of games' time and are tied at the top of the table. One of them will maintain that winning streak, but coming next, it's a meeting between the 2 players currently occupying 3rd and 4th place. One of them will join the top 2 on 4 points. Felix Schertz and Nico Bloom about to do battle for the 4th time this week. And guiding you through the action, it is a commentary team of Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, many thanks, Murph. We have 2 Europeans going head-to-head here. The form of Nico Blum and Felix Schertz, and the Swiss player had a lovely start with a 4-0 win today, but Nico Blum has been chipping away.
First leg, it's Felix to throw
legs.
first.
He's won 1.
Game on.
And lost 1. Beating Jeff Murray in his last game. Just 1 game ago. Sometimes the way that the draw works, you get 1 game and then you're straight back on depending on
58.
your draw. We have to say that, you know, these 2 Europeans qualifying through ADC Europe.
60.
2 more qualifiers for the ADC Europe gang this Sunday. They already have 90 players entered. So this is how big the Modus Super Series
93.
is becoming in Europe, and how much these guys want to come over here and play. And it's just refreshing, Henry, isn't it? That this is
60.
The ADC is just not a movement in the UK. It is now spreading and moving.
And we also saw players, didn't we, in Oceania in Series 4 come here and compete.
60.
So the likes of Mal coming here. And they had their fair share of success, it has to be said.
97.
Obviously, our Series 2 champion hails from down under, Raymond Smith. It's a lucrative prize, but it's one of a international variety, it has to be said.
45.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look at this European qualifier for the weekend out in Holland, and a few names you'd notice: Bradley Roos, Ron Mullenkamp, John Desiree,
85.
Jerry Hendricks, Michael van der Horst. These are all names we know.
Oh, he's already qualified for the next series. That's how enthusiastic he is about these types of events.
41.
And I know ADC Europe are looking to start like a Benelux series
96.
for all nations Europe to enter and then take that series around. So that's something to look forward to for the European-based guys in 2024 as the ADC moves forward.
85. Nico, you require 103.
As we move forward here today, Nico, 84 left now, treble 20, 64, go for the 16s.
87.
Nicely tidy.
Felix, you require 119.
And so 119 for Schertz to take out this first leg. Can't be done now. Well, play up
79.
And I'll leave top.
Nico, you require 16.
Take the double 8 out. Well, that's a wire bender, and that's it below, and that's a burst score.
Felix,
so
you require
Schertz is
40.
back for tops as Bloom remonstrates at himself in the background.
Yeah, he just kept on to it, held on to it too long, didn't he, and dragged it. Felix would be looking to do the same. Can he just drag this down and in?
20.
No, he's dragged it down too low. Yeah,
Nico,
Nico
you require
he
60.
just held on to that just a little bit too long to try and make sure. I've been in the comms here with Mace in the past, and we've talked about it, how you can just overhold it for that split second
Nico
and change the
Bloom.
trajectory totally by just trying to make sure. But this time he goes in, hits that double 8.
Second leg, it's Nico to throw first.
Takes the leg.
Game on.
But I think most players have done it, and we've all done it in big moments when we shouldn't have done. Easier said than done, though, to stop yourself
42.
doing it.
It's easy for us to talk in here, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. That's why I have to be careful what I say, because
55.
You never know. We could be saying the same about me maybe sometime soon.
Oh, don't worry about that. I am very much looking forward to that
93.
day when it happens. Was that where you bought me this massive box of chocolates this morning, Scott?
95.
Absolutely. To be kind. To be kind.
99.
Don't worry, I'll put it in a gift wrapped and give it to someone for Christmas. Reuse and recycle and all of that.
Absolutely.
42.
Or do I use it as a Christmas present for myself?
Oh, yeah, you could use it as a Christmas present for yourself. Why not?
It's a guarantee of a Christmas present, isn't it?
59.
Absolutely.
Well, Bloom on the brink of back in the breakup with a hold here in the second. Shirts needed.
101.
On a couple of troubles, but that first start into the treble 7 did not help his cause in the end. So Bloom
51.
can't find anything surmountable. Finds himself on 157, but has handed the initiative back to the Swiss here.
57. Nico, you require 157.
157 is still on. Heads up for treble 20. Which would have left himself a dart at tops.
97. Felix, you require 151.
So Shirts can't break back in kind, and so Bloom is back for 2-0.
60.
Got to get a couple
Nico,
of darts
you
at
require
tops
60.
to do exactly that. He has gone 10 ball before on this, but that would have just been completely silly in these circumstances. Double 10.
40. Felix, you require 91.
Gone straight up. The treble 17 there. Single 20 will leave
51.
him.
Nico, you require
Tops.
20.
It's Nico Bloom now back at double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
And once again,
Nico
look,
Bloom.
we're getting a fist pump now. We're getting something. He's getting the fire in his belly that he needs to
Third
make
leg,
it
it's
play
Felix
now.
to throw first. Game
Look
on.
at him. That is perfect work. Brilliant stuff from our camera team. Catching that behind the player's back.
134.
Don't you know, pump it up. Bloom is pumping it up.
He sure is.
140.
He's away again. I'm worrying. Is he the German version of Tommy Morris here in the UK?
What, the flower power against the gun?
100.
He really is fired up. He's like a petal in spring, is Nico Bloom. The flower power
93.
is really coming into life. Look at the celebration. He found a maximum there. He's even celebrating
Felix
140s now.
134.
But I'm wondering whether this is a mechanism for him to get himself going, because let's be fair, before he's been getting himself G'd up and all the rest of it, it was quite a tepid
Nico,
affair.
you require 121.
No, it really was. And I don't think he's doing it to wind up his opponent. I think he's just doing it to get himself going.
Felix, you require 70.
He's continuing to do it. But sometimes that can just wind your opponent up a little bit.
54.
Oh, that one was a mile
Nico,
away,
you
that
require
last one.
24. Game shot on the third
Double
leg.
12 found, and
Nico
there's some
Bloom.
pent-up emotions again from the flower power. I wonder if he
Fourth
does
leg, it's Nico
everything
to
in
throw
life
first. Game on.
as intensely as he does the darts.
I've known the players, do that to get themselves going, start punching the air
85.
and really giving it a bit to get the adrenaline going. But sometimes that has an adverse effect because your opponent can look at you and go, oh, yeah, matey, that the way you want it.
60.
And you can actually bring them back into a game that they're never in and that they weren't interested in. Sometimes you're best to let it just drivel on and just take
40.
the win and let them be disappointed. Other players I know, to get themselves into the game, will stand behind themselves, take the 3 points in their hand and dig it in their own leg to wake themselves
60.
up. There are many players that will do that. You'll see them stand behind and go hit their leg, and that's them stabbing themselves in the leg.
47.
See, I often get people hit me, and I now realise it was just to wake me up.
Well, if you didn't feel it, they didn't mean to hurt you. That's what you've got to remember.
100.
Yeah, I've seen all sorts of stuff like when you get a player that's going for a double and he takes a step back, you just stand at the front with your points in front of you. If you're the player stood behind,
134.
he keeps stepping back on your toes, just hold your points out. And he walks back straight into your 3 points. You dodge. You go, oh, sorry. I've seen all that happen before as well. Back in the day when it was a bit nasty and a bit gnarly.
66.
Secrets of the trade with Scotty Dog Mitchell. Meanwhile, here, Nico Bloom is on the cusp of finishing the game off.
51.
However, it's made a bit of a mess of the setup from 195 and may have just presented a bit of an opening here to Felix Shirts.
100. Nico, you require 144.
Well, this would be some way to finish off the match. It would have been a powerful finish from Bloom.
96.
Who
Felix, you
sprung into
require
life in this match.
115.
Triple 20. We had left double 18, and so Bloom back for 48 to complete the job.
Nico, you require 48.
So double 16 it is for Bloom.
Game,
and he
shot,
takes it
and the match.
Takes
Nico
the
Bloom.
Absolutely over the moon with it. He's knocked a dart out of Felix's hand. But albeit he is very, very pleased with that 4-0 win. So he will, he's still so happy. The averages weren't particularly much to write home about, and you wouldn't have known that from Nico Blum's reaction. But we will head off into a short break, and we'll see you on the other side.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are in the midst of Group C action. And before the break, we saw Nico Bloom project out every single emotion in the book en route to a 4-0 victory against Felix Shirts. Next up for us, Charlie Large, the 18-year-old from Portsmouth action, up against Keelan K, who is doing okay today.
First leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
His matches up to press and is in very good nick. As far as his campaign is concerned, he was the second favourite of the odds compilers to make their way through and to win the group. And he's living up to that billing so far, up against Charlie Large, who himself has got a perfect record today, but
140.
The issue, as far as he's been concerned, if we're being hypercritical, has been missed doubles.
140.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. The scoring is, on the whole, been okay. And obviously
96.
those averages get affected massively by those missed doubles and can show a little of a false average. And other days where you're hitting straight out first dart, you look at it and go, oh, no, that didn't feel like a 90 something. I've played the same game the other day and it was an 85. And that it was the same game scoring wise. It's just that you never got out so quick on the double.
95.
Now, as far as the odds compilers lay their odds in this one, they have Keelan K as the 4-6 favourite, Charlie Large the 11-10 outsider.
Charlie requires 170.
Against the darts, who gets a first go at an out in this first leg, but the big fish isn't going to go.
96. Keelan, you require 131. 40. Charlie requires 74.
74 for Large for the break of throw. He slipped the other side into the treble 11. And so that 9 leaves double 16.
58.
And it doesn't go.
Keelan, you require 91.
Quite nicely though, didn't he? That was one of those. Keelan's gone the right way for me on 91 there.
55.
But then I am old school.
Charlie requires 60.
And we learnt that about 20 years ago, that bullseye route.
So double 8 for Charlie Large. Can he squeeze one across? What can he find of that?
8.
He had to
Keelan,
move all the way across,
36.
but he couldn't find a route. And so K comes back for double 18. 4 missed darts at double for Charlie Large in this first leg.
18.
So they haven't been punished
Charlie
by Keelan K.
8.
All down to the 4s.
Game shot on the
Found
first
for
leg.
Large. And that's
Charlie
kind of been
Large.
his friend, hasn't it, today, when he's been put into a little bit of trouble on the outer ring. That's tended to have been the
Second
one
leg,
that
it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
managed to save him on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, absolutely. And Keelan K, once again, with 3 darts in his hand, not able to convert. And we did mention it in the last game, where he's much better with that combination, where it's all a bit more of a flow. So we'll watch this back tonight and
96.
we pick up on the comments.
$60.
So Large taking the ascendancy in this second leg. Leading 1-0. The winner will move
57.
on to 6 points as far as this group is concerned.
140.
Just evens this leg up a little bit.
$85.
Poor first start there from Charlie Large, but he recovers nicely. Keep Keelan K under it.
100. Charlie require 123.
The ball.
76.
Not to be this
Keelan,
time.
you require 81.
Double 12.
Game shot on the second leg.
Part of the
Keelan
combination, it's the throw is so totally different. It's a positive.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw
You're
first.
going where I'm telling you
Game
to
on.
go, young dart, and that is where you're going.
14 darter as well.
$85.
As for Charlie
57.
Large, wouldn't quite be misery if he lost this match. It'd just be a bit of a blip.
60.
Good visit from
134.
Charlie Large there, and good thinking. Gets the odd 4 off He can go back up the top now and hit a 140 and hit 2 trebles to leave himself a
85.
chance at a shot. Good thinking.
As far as Charlie's concerned, is there a lot of moving
45.
components in that throw?
There is, but I think there is with John Henderson's as well, and how successful is that? So, yes, you know,
43.
Glenn and I spoke in here and analysed a few throws, and he said some of the best throws in the world, and the top players in the world, you would never taught them to throw that way, because it just got too many moving components, too many things that can break down and go wrong, but they're still at the top of the world. So it goes to show that, yes, all right, having the perfect John Lowe throw.
96.
Any throw can be successful if it works for you.
Bit like Kevin Anderson, the South African tennis player who only had an ace and a forehand, but it did the job for him.
93.
Keelan Kay then, the champagne shot, the 132 for a 2-1 lead. Not going to go, and the ironic raise of the eyebrow from the Plymouth
44.
man.
Charlie required 114.
On 1-4 for large. Treble 18. K back for 88.
58.
For a 2-1 lead.
Keelan, you require 88.
Could end on the ball. Single 18 would ensure that fact. Back we go to the ball.
63.
Close to that
Charlie
time, but still not
56.
On the wire. Charlie Lars now 56.
36. Keelan, you require
His turn
25.
to give Keelan Kay a second bite of the cherry.
It's double 12.
One. Charlie required 20.
I don't know what to say. It's like a totally different dart. We've just seen him hit double 12.
Game shot on the third leg. Charlie Large.
And it's a good finish from Charlie Large, but we'll see. We can see that Keelan's
Fourth
just
leg,
not
it's Charlie
quite
to
throwing
throw
those
first.
double darts
Game on.
in the way that he should, but he will work it out. He will work it out.
140.
Lord of the board felt like the Lord of the Flies a second ago.
83.
Absolutely. I just started to see him not stop and give himself a chance of
140.
He's obviously had a snatch at a few in the past, and he's been aware of what he's been doing wrong. So then he goes and changes what he does so that he doesn't overrush himself with the double. But he's not. It's just a little bit too slow now for me.
93.
That doesn't make it right or wrong. He's got to do what he's got to do.
85. Charlie required
Got time
128.
And so can think about his options, and that's exactly what he does. Single
96.
means that he leaves himself on double 16 after 12 for a 3-1 lead.
59. Charlie required 32.
He's taken the ascendancy and has punished Keelan to the hilt for these missed darts at double.
Game shot on the fourth
And takes
leg.
advantage of his
Charlie
own.
Large.
3-1. Yeah, plenty of thinking
Fifth
to do,
leg, it's
Keelan.
Keelan to throw first. Game on.
However, I post you a caveat.
100.
Because you may remember in his first game of the day, it was game 2 of our session. He was 3-1 down against Thomas Banks, and he was staring defeat in the face. But then he put in a 3-leg spurt to win 4-3. Now, I'm not saying that I'm going to predict the future, but he's done it before.
I would say he's done it before, but Thomas Banks didn't go off with a 140. And
$100.
But is it more the body language more than anything else with Keelan at times? That sometimes he can
40.
Let a negative situation just eat away at him maybe a bit too much.
Yeah, but it's very difficult not to allow that to happen when you're making continually the same mistake. And I know you go wanting and you're clutching at straws to try and find out what that mistake is. And like I say, I'm sure he'll watch this back
137. Charlie Recline,
later today and try
121.
and work it out. I'm sure he will.
Doesn't have to go chasing, and that's exactly
89
what he avoids doing. And so again, for the second leg in succession, he's left himself double 16 after 12. And this time it's to
96.
win the match.
Charlie
And this
Recline,
is to
32.
make it a hat-trick of victories.
Game,
And Charlie's
shot,
going
and the
large
match.
here in Group
Charlie
C.
large.
As Keelan K shakes his hand in concession, knowing that he had opportunities to take the game by the scruff of his neck. But it was Charlie Large, all business-like, as he walked straight off stage. Straight down the stage with 3 victories in hand. The latest one, a 4-1 success against Keelan K with an average just under 87. Again, 4 from 14 when it came to the doubles, but it's been enough as far as Charlie Large has been concerned. Coming up next, Jeff Murray and Thomas Banks are heading on to the Oki, and the pair, well, they are looking to get a victory under their belts.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Super Series. So before the break, Charlie Large got the better of Keelan K by 4 legs to 1. We're joining you live on Sporty Stuff TV, and we're watching that man there, Jeff Murray, in action. He, just like Thomas Banks, looking for their first victories of the day and their first victories of the group. Murray, who kick-started today as the Filmmaker's favourite to go on and win the group. Didn't quite happen for him so far, but for both players, it's that pivotal point, isn't it, in a Group C, where the loser of this will
first
be
leg, it's Jeff to throw
feeling
first.
the worst
Game
at
on.
the earliest possible point.
Yeah, you can't actually win the group on the first day, but you can sure as damn it lose it.
60.
And we spoke about not really wanting to lose 2 on the bounce. And these guys have lost 3 on the bounce now.
93.
They will be looking to stop the rot fairly quickly, because otherwise the group will be gone.
100.
2 players, actually, if you watch their first 2 matches, just need a bit of a confidence
60.
boost, you feel. There was a lot of negative energy being seeped across the stage.
140.
Banks, 140 there. Means that he takes control of the first leg on throw.
60. 105.
So, Jeff Murray, 96 then for the first leg on throw.
58. Jeff, you recline,
Banks
96.
nowhere to be seen in this particular salvo. 76 remaining. Now, was there perhaps a question there because of the way
56.
Jeff darts stand up? And I know his opponent's not going to finish, but because of the way the darts lie, where the double-double could have been a possibility.
Yeah, it could have been a possibility, but I think it's
85.
all depending on whether
Jeff, you
what
require
Jeff would
40.
usually do in that situation. I think it's no point in starting going double-double. If it's something you don't really practice, it's because it doesn't feel natural
Game
to
shot
do.
on the first leg. Jeff Murray.
Double 10 just sinking into the bottom corner there.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Down in the bottom right, and it's 1-0. Now, we've been doing our
57.
back work on Jeff. Finding out a little bit more from where he's from, and he's from a place called Felling, which is a
134.
small town in the Metropolitan Borough of Gateshead in the Tyne and Wear, County Durham.
58.
Actually became a Metropolitan Borough of Gateshead back in 1974. Its heritage dates back as early as 1217.
58.
And you know when we have the saying the woods and the trees and all the rest of it. It actually comes from that place. It's actually said in 1920.
58.
Been referred to a clearing where woods and trees were felled. Since there were other places in Britain which bear this name. Despite countrywide tree felling,
43.
it is much more likely to be there than anywhere else in the UK.
Well, thank you for that, Henry. That insight into
26.
Yeah, the blast from the past and all that. I like stuff like that. Can't beat a bit of history.
Yeah, situated a mile east of Gateshead. And just a bit south
58.
of Newcastle upon Tyne, but very small population, just under 9,000 all told. The best bit is the 3 districts. It's called Low Felling, High Felling, and Felling Shore.
80.
Yeah, that would indicate you were born to be a tree surgeon if you are born in Felling.
100.
I'm sure it's an area our co-commentator Paul Nicholson would know about. Probably played a tournament or 2 there as well, I would imagine, back in his day.
82.
When he wasn't being Australian.
Jeff, you require 108.
108 for Murray for a 2-0 lead. Trouble 19 still the shot. Not to be this time, and so Banks back for 140 to
Thomas, you require 140.
level this game up at 1 apiece. It's not going to go on this particular occasion, and so Jeff Murray is back for 66 to break the throw and
60.
double
Jeff,
his lead to 2-0.
66.
Tops.
Game shot on the
2-0,
second
clean
leg.
kill.
Jeff Murray.
Murray is banging it now.
Third leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
And at
Game
this
on.
point, you're wondering, is there any saving grace for Mr. Banks?
No, I just want to get up there and give him a big cuddle
59.
and try and help him out.
You actually speak to Thomas off
60.
the oche. Such a real likeable young man. Has a lot of maturity for his age. And I don't mean that in a patronising way whatsoever. You
100.
can tell the glimpses of his talent, and he's given it absolutely everything. And just at times it hasn't to be for him this week. But the important thing as far as Thomas
40.
is concerned is he's got to try and take as much positivity out of this week as possible. The fact he's played on this stage this young, the fact that he can take bits of learning experience of other people who's been in practice with him and try and reflect on it as much as he can, whatever happens, with a glass half full. Although it's hard when things like that happen.
Yeah, it is hard like that. And amongst his own age group, him and Jensen, for Team England this time around, just pretty much dominated everything and came home with the gongs and at a World Cup. And that was just a few weeks ago, and he's just got to try and take himself back to the good times.
130.
And try and find them. He's just got to try and ignore where we are at this particular moment in time.
131. Jeff, you require 72.
72. It's double 12, now double 6.
Game shot on the
3-0
third leg.
to Jeff Murray.
Jeff Murray. Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $58. $140.
On the other side of things, what are we seeing here now? Jeff Murray with a bit of confidence now that he's got himself
96
in front.
Yeah, just having a look at the averages on the monitor next to me. 88.02.
59.
The average, 3 from 5 when it came to the finishing. High checkout 72.
100. $96.
You know what? How much of a confidence boost it'd be if he can fill it up.
140.
Hit to hit a max today.
140. Thomas should require 107.
Well, 107 for Thomas Banks to save the match.
47. Jeff, you require 66.
For Jeff Murray to win the match. It's a dart at tops.
Game,
Tops
shot,
to win.
and the match.
And Jeff Murray gets his first win on the board. He gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 0. The bookie's favourite, well, he's off and running. A 4-0 victory for Jeff Murray. His first of the group with an average of 88.41 and 4 out of 6 when it came to the finishing. Murray's on the board. He picked up his first point of the campaign. And now Thomas Banks is the only player in the group yet to pick up a point so far. And so we've completed 3 rounds of action here. And coming up after the break, we're going to see who's going to keep the closest track on Charlie Large at the top of the league table when Nico Bloom takes on Keelan Kay.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Mitchell has been casting his eye over the action. We'll take a look at the results so far. Scott, you said it would be an open group, and we're seeing that. I mean, the very first match there, Jeff Murray beaten 4-0. He has gone on to win 4-0 in the last match, but that just goes to show the favourite getting beaten that heavily early on.
Yeah, I was really well and truly sat on the fence, and it was a big fence for me to be sitting on it, but it was always looking that way, and it opened up exactly as you said. The favourite got beat straight away. And there's a little fellow that's been going down through the group now, Charlie Large, and nobody's really been taking a lot of notice on him. And he's just getting on and doing the business, and he's on 3 out of 3.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about him more in a moment. But let's just take a look at the end of that opening match. Really was a bit of a shock. I suppose Scott, maybe the only sort of thing I could say is that Schertz has been here all week and maybe settled in a little better when Jeff Murray has been away for a month.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, after that first run of games, you know, Felix was at the top, and he had four legs clear on everybody else because of the 4-0 win. But we've maybe seen him in the back room looking at that table, and he's now gradually started to slide down with a couple of losses. But he's not out of it because of that first win. So wins are so important to get here, and you don't want to be losing 2 on the trot because you slide rapidly down the table if you do.
Yeah, which is exactly what's happened to Thomas Banks, who's had a difficult week on debut at the Super Series, but he has shown us some flashes of brilliance like this fabulous 164 checkout.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was done with a rhythm and a purpose, and he never looked like he was going to miss it. That was the point. After that first start, he never looked like he was going to miss it. He has then struggled since then. Maybe finding that bit of form and that big shot should maybe have given him a kick on, but it doesn't seem to have done. It seems to have been more of a hindrance to him because he hasn't found that again, and he's getting more frustrated with the longer it's taking to find that form again.
Yeah, and you don't have the time in Group C to get back into it after losing your first 3 matches. One player that has worked his way into this group and made a big impact all week is a certain Nico Bloom. He's been very, very entertaining to watch, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly in that last one there, he was giving it the fist pump with everyone. You know, these guys from just look at him there. He's just so pleased to be here. These guys, they have to work so hard to get here. And when they get here and they have good games, it's relief more than anything. But, you know, he now knows he's in the mix for this group, and that was a turning point. That was a big game for him.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Not bad at all, but 3 out of 3 is even better. And the man you wanted to talk about, Charlie Large, well, we've saved the best till last. It's a perfect start for him.
Absolutely, you know, and we looked at that table. We looked at the odds this morning, and he was something like 7-1. He was like the 6 of 6, you know, and he's not obviously looked at that in the back room, or he's looked at it and using it as a bit of a G-up and incentive, and he's made the perfect start. He couldn't really do anything more, so he'll be pleased with his work no matter where this goes today. But he really won't want to. He'll only want to lose 1 more. Really, he wants to win 4 today, and then he can take charge of the group.
Being from Portsmouth as well, do you think that might start to add a little pressure if it seeps into his consciousness about potentially being on stage in front of his friends and family on Saturday night?
Possibly, but I mean, for me, I'd be over the moon for it to be sleeping in your own bed at night and everything. I would try to make sure that I see that as an advantage and continue to see it as an advantage for the rest of the day and tomorrow, because, you know, we would all love to be doing this from sleeping in your own bed for sure.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the table with a couple of games left for each player to play today. And Charlie Large, as we said, has made that perfect start. But the race is on for everybody. You said it could be a really close group. And Bloom and Kay are about to play, just 2 points behind him. So things could change quickly. And
Jeff Murray's just played his way into it as well. A high 80s average there. So he's now bedded in, settled. Oh, I can't wait to see where it goes. Yeah, well, let's find out. A big match coming next, and Scott Mitchell will be heading downstairs. Take your time, Scott, to join Henry Deacon in comms.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, Bloom and Kay, 10th game of the day. And so the beginning of round 4, and the victor will move level on points with the table topper, Charlie Large, who currently occupies top of the pile on 6 points.
First leg, it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
Here's our referee, Charlie Korstefien. Bloom looking to get off to the perfect start in this game.
140.
Finding a 140 of his first visit. As far as the odds compilers lay for this one, they have Nico off as the
140.
Slender 4-5 favourite. Keelan Kay, the slight outsider at 10-11. That could well be the value in this game. Member 18 plus and begambleaware.org.
$81. $85.
This is
36.
Out.
$48.
Well, Blum there has gone for 25, and he's left
60.
himself as a consequence of that on 168. He's not going to get punished because
100.
Keelan couldn't quite keep tabs in this leg. And so Blum back for a 68 here.
60. Nico, you require
to take
68.
the opening leg out on throw. Now double 4. Down for Desmond's.
64. Keelan, you require 124.
124 for K. Bullseye.
99.
Nudge just above.
Nico, you require 4.
And so Nico back for double 2. The Desmond just above to double 1. The Madhouse is beckoning. The
2.
Madhouse has
Keelan,
been
you require
missed.
25.
Now, previously, K has had a bit of a change of MO. He tends to go 1 double 12. He's gone 9 double 8 this
17.
time, and
Nico, you require
decides
2.
to change the route for a change of fortunes, and everything just stays the same.
No score.
And Bloom can't find any luck on the doubles.
Keelan, you
11
require
missed darts,
8.
a double in this opening leg. And the trend continues.
No
the trend
score.
continues.
Nico, you require 2.
Yeah, just not happening for either player at the moment. That's one for being sure that you don't bust it first dart.
Game shot on the first leg.
Use the second
Nico
one.
Bloom.
Bloom will be the happy of the two there.
Second leg, it's
and that was
Keelan's
for a hold to
throw
throw
first.
as well.
Game on.
The only way that Keelan K could be positive about that one was say, well, it wasn't my throw.
Well, the good thing is we've got that shambles of a leg out of the
100.
way with in the opener.
$96. $60.
And it is going back to what we said at the start of the day, isn't it, Scott, from the perspective of the players wanting to maybe try
42.
too hard because they see an opportunity potentially awakening or rising here.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
Both these players also know head
180.
temporary top of the group if they win this match.
135.
Good reply from Keelan K there to Nico Bloom's 180.
138. Keelan, you require 106.
106 to kickstart Keelan K's game. Treble 18. Now double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Keelan K.
Well, what a difference a leg makes. We saw 17
Third leg,
missed
it's
darts
Nico
and a
to throw
double in the
first.
first leg.
Game on.
And then Keelan K takes out a ton topper.
That beautiful rhythm again. No thoughts
93.
of anything other than I'm having this double with that last dart. Lovely stuff.
Oh, now he really is cooking on gas, isn't he?
140.
Probably where he lives in Cornwall. Probably are cooking on gas, how remote they are.
30. $81.
Keelan's hometown is Plymouth.
$134.
Yeah, they confess to have a rivalry with Portsmouth. They call it the Dockyard Derby.
80.
It's not a rivalry. It's not a derby. I can guarantee you that for nothing. They might be two dockyard towns, but come on, it's not a derby. It's not a derby. That's like saying that a game between Liverpool and Millwall's a derby for some made-up reason.
I get where you're coming from, but I can get where it can seem like a derby.
180.
Anyway,
Keelan, you require 60.
Back to this England-German derby. As Kay looks... Oh, no, he's not even going to get a go. He's not even going to get a go. Misses two big numbers, and he presents the opportunity to Nico Blum.
Nico, you require 6.
After all the good work with the 106, that can absolutely damage you mentally.
No score.
Nico Blum has been and done exactly
50.
the same. All he can do here is make a decision before he walks to the board. You can't walk to the board and then decide where you're going. You've got to be positive, go.
Game shot on the third leg.
I mean, that was wishful thinking, assuming that Keelan Kay was going to go for the ball, but he finds the tops to break and lead 2-1.
It was what Nico
Fourth
Blum
leg,
would have
Keelan
done.
to throw first.
Blum
Game
would
on.
have done that. Now he can't. Now he's not sure, Mr. Flower Power here, whether it's his throw or not.
The ball's Blum's button.
100.
Next
96.
up for us, it's Spanks against Shirts and then Large against Murray in this fourth round of fixtures.
100.
One more round after that, and then we're back tonight from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel.
125.
It really is a fits and starts game, this, isn't it?
100.
It's not been bad on the scoring front, but around the outside, the boys have definitely struggled a little. The average is big time in this one.
$41.
Well, has left himself 160 despite the slip of the last start.
58. Keelan, you require 160.
He's got time for a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, 6 starts from here. He's just well good at in 3, though.
100. $26. Keelan, you require 60.
A round of applause, perhaps ironically. This time finds a single. Can he just nudge one just below?
40.
Too much in terms of readjustment, and so
Nico,
Blum's
you
back for
require
154.
154. $64. Keelan, you require 20.
So, double 10 for Kay.
$15. Nico, you require 90.
One of those things again where 3 in his hand and he's not converted. It's more than his Achilles heel. It's a bullseye.
45.
For Nico Blum.
Keelan, you require 5.
Even he lives closer than that one, I think.
Well, this double 2 has seen a lot of action today.
Game shot on the fourth
And this
leg.
time it's hit.
Keelan
It's
Kay.
3-1 to Kay.
Another one of those scrappy legs. You just
Fifth
don't
leg,
get
it's
them
Nico
back.
to throw
So don't
first.
worry that
Game
it's a
on.
whatever dart leg. Just get on and win it and get that leg score on your side of the board.
43.
Blum responding well from a slow start against
45.
Charlie Large, winning his last 2 matches. As for Keelan, victory here means a response to that 4-1 defeat to Charlie last
83.
time out. 2/3
70
of our way through the action now. Still waiting for the fireworks, aren't we, Scott? I think that's fair to say.
140.
They were all last weekend, weren't they, mate? It was bonfire night last weekend. But yes, I see what you're saying. We are waiting for the fireworks here.
57.
There's more than the potential for fireworks to happen. But we have had a lot of rain, and sometimes you can get washed out.
87.
Yeah, the wind nearly took what was left of my fringe off.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was you'd visited the local
60.
But,
Nico, you require 148.
148 to save the match. Another one of them. Needs himself double 14.
Game shot on
That
the
is
fifth
superb.
leg. Nico
It's
Bloom.
a shake of the head from Nico Bloom. He's thinking, why have I found something like that now? Inside, he is absolutely seething.
Sixth leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
He is like a
Game on.
red flag to a bull inside, but he's got to keep it all together.
85.
And a match that looked like it was over for him. Is that giving him the spark? Has that lit the
95.
blue touch paper?
$60.
Well, it's been a while since we've had a game go all the way. Not since game 3, Charlie Large against Nico Bloom. Only 2 matches have actually gone the
41.
distance so far today. That was game 2. Keelan K getting the better of Thomas Banks. He actually came back.
55.
3-1 down in that game, did Keelan, to win that particular encounter.
$59.
But K has got his opportunity with the darts and will feel like this 4th turn at the board is quite a pivotal one.
Is that dart below the treble 20 is a big problem for him.
42.
You have to think that he would have been thinking ton when he went to the board would have been enough.
58.
He's got away with one there. Blom did not.
From this point to get the job done. Can he
60.
caress one in the middle? No is the answer. And so Nico's got his opportunity to set up and then hope that Keelan doesn't take out the 140.
174.
Now,
Keelan, you
it's a
require
174 to leave double
140.
A. However, 140 would have left the bull.
$33. And that was all
Nico
pressure.
requires 60.
That was about pressure provided by that 174 by Nico there.
Blyer, that's in the 11th.
No score.
He's now bust the score for
Keelan,
hitting
you
the triple
require
free.
107.
No, he left 2, hadn't he?
No, he busted it, hit the triple free. Tots okay, make it irrelevant.
67. Nico requires 16.
Yeah, that last turn, just to confirm, was a miss on the outside, went inside on the single 11, treble free, which gives them another go. This time at double 4, down for 2s.
14.
They never lose, but they could lose in the game.
Keelan, you require 40.
And that was the pressure of his opponent being on tops.
Game, shots, and the match. Keelan
Finally,
K.
Keelan K hits a double top with 3 darts in his hand. He'll be pleased with that. He'll probably look at the averages and not be so pleased, but the fact of the matter is it's 4-2. It takes him level on the top of the table for the time being with Charlie Large. The higher average there with Nico Bloom, but nothing really to shout out about on the double stats. We'll be back with you shortly, and we'll return with Thomas Banks versus Felix Schertz.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple.
Choose from days to weeks at a time or customise it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back. So, game 11 of our day sees Thomas Banks in action up against Felix Schertz, the Swiss international. These two at the bottom of the table. Felix having won a game so far. Thomas Banks yet to get off the mark as far as Group C is concerned. Oh, that's what the odds compilers lay on this one. Banks goes off favourite, 8-11 with the bookies. Felix Schertz, the even money outsider. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series today,
First
it is
leg,
18
it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
BeGambleAware.org. But it's Banks to get us underway. And maybe the bookies have kind of put Banks as favourite on the basis of he's got the throw in this game.
100.
Yeah, possibly. I think maybe that 164 may have sort of affected the betting as we're running along. But
77.
Looked a dejected character there when I went up to the balcony to have a chat with Murph, and
60.
Yeah, he looked a dejected character, and I said, I just said to him, you know, where's the 164 character gone? Just come on, you got to start believing that now, kidder.
140.
And the thing is, Thomas has qualified by right for this competition, as has Felix
96.
for the ADC European routes. They've actually won playoffs and qualifiers to actually be able to afford themselves the opportunity to be here at the
96
Super Series. And maybe that sometimes could be where the frustration can kick in a bit more, because you played well to put yourself in this position, but once you are
125.
here, you try maybe sometimes a bit too hard to showcase your best.
Yeah, I think we're all guilty of that. Doesn't matter what stage of your career you're at.
58. Thomas should require 120.
There are days that it feels absolutely lovely, and there are days where, you know, it's like somebody's dropped a block on your head. It's
44.
a difficult game to master.
Felix should require 130.
That's for sure, and I don't know whether too many ever do master it. Obviously, Mr. Taylor, maybe you would mention who would master it, but yeah. Difficult
41.
game to get comfortable
Thomas
with.
should require 76.
Don't mention the name master, it might get banned. 88. 4.
68. Felix should
89
require
for Felix
89.
Schertz. All about the 20s. Treble leaves 5. The single leaves the ball. That was a very safe dart.
47.
Very, very safe.
Thomas should require 8.
Yeah, and sensible, I think, to make sure that you get a dart at it.
Four.
Oh, you can't
Felix
get any
should
closer
require
than that. That's
42.
unfortunate for Thomas. They were well thrown darts.
Double 16, the MO for Felix Schertz. Now, is that a help or a hindrance?
26.
Had to move across. The flight was
Thomas should
obscuring.
require 4. No score. Felix should require 16.
Again, not to be for Banks there. Keep giving people opportunities. They will eventually take them.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that's exactly
Felix
what happened with Felix Shirts there.
Well, it took to the 13 for 10, but 13 was lucky for Felix. It's a
second leg. It's Felix
of
to
the
throw
head
first.
for Thomas Banks.
Game on.
I can imagine everybody's been in that position, Scott, haven't they, where they've played on a big stage and things don't quite go your way. And
100.
Sometimes the easiest thing in your mind to do is feel as if you just want the stage to eat you up. But it takes a lot of character to continue to
134.
put yourself in that position and to continue to try your best and to continue to showcase yourself.
Yeah, you
100.
Look, it happened to me at Ali Pali in a first round game not so long ago, and against Chris Lamb, who's obviously been here before. But it's just, you just keep telling yourself that, you know, you've got
21.
yourself in this mire. I can get myself out of it, and you have to be positive. You have to find positives, even if you're losing legs. If you hit a big 140 to leave the tops, but you miss it with 6 darts. Yes, it's very difficult to find a positive, but while you're playing, you have to, because otherwise you just put yourself into this negative spin dive of
41.
not looking like you're going to hit anything. And you're looking at your family in the big games, and they're looking at you, and you can tell in their eyes that
44.
they don't think that you've got it on that day. It is the hardest thing, and a very lonely place up there on that stage on your own when it's not going right. So, you know, to build confidence takes a little while. To lose it takes
158.
And yeah, it's hard. That's what makes the game so hard.
Thomas has got some really good people in his
Felix
corner.
The 90.
Nice as Steve West, his partner Michelle, to name just a couple. And whatever happens this week, he will have the right people to make sure that they take the positives from this. The fact that he's here, he's qualified here by right because of performances elsewhere as he goes to Tots of 1-1.
Game
Tots
shot
is
the
fouled
second
for
leg.
1-1, and that was a
Thomas
confident
Banks.
dart. Now, I've never been on a big stage, Scott, and so
Third
it's
leg,
not
it's
my
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
place usually to give opinions. However, I'm going to break my rule for just this one moment. Just feel like if you had a chance to speak to Thomas, it's just to try and keep that chin up, because when he's playing well, he is playing well. And it's just to, if he can, and I know it's hard, to try and keep that glass as half full as possible, because we've seen enough this week to tell us that there's an immeasurable talent with Thomas.
96.
A really nice lad off the scenes as well. Very polite, very well mannered. All the components to be successful.
100.
Absolutely, yes. All the bits that you can't teach, and that's about the temperament, and that's about the way that you are, and he will develop the temperament. It will get even better and better. He's just got to pursue. He's just got to persist, and he's got to keep believing that every time he walks to that board, he can hit a treble 20 with 3 darts in his hand. Because the day that you don't believe that you can do that, that's the time to walk away, really. But he's far from that, and I think
58. Felix require 138.
I would just ask him to just continue enjoying it, and rather than let it be a burden on his shoulders.
And that's the big word, isn't it? Enjoy, especially at his stage of his career.
86.
Have as much fun as you can, whilst being as successful as you can.
$75.
But that spits out.
And he's had 2 or 3 of those today. He's been rather unfortunate.
Tops. Oh, that's a wire bender.
12.
Oh my goodness me, he's knitted them together in a polo mint. Started on the ball, and so not going to take the finish out now. So Shirts is going to come back for another crack at tops.
83. Felix should require 40.
Nicely tidied from Banks there. You see, I would take that as a positive. No matter what happens here, he has to take that
Game
tidy
shot
as a
on the
positive.
third leg. Felix Shirts. Fourth leg, it's Felix to throw first. Game on.
And we can quite clearly see he's not taking it as a positive.
134. $60.
Now these are the throws that start to grate you. 60, you were all over
100.
that treble 20. Other days you have 180 that's further away from the treble than that. And that's just the way the game goes. Got to gather himself here.
44.
Is this now just an accumulation of frustration?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, without doubt.
46.
And the difference is probably that leg where he missed all the doubles, really, those 6 darts at a double.
140.
Because he'd be 2-1 up at this point, and when you're in front, you don't think negatively. There's always a positive there, because the scoreboard says you're in front.
140.
Well, on the day where a popular supermarket chain released their Christmas advert, who's going to be the first into the Group
26.
C Maya trap?
Felix should require
The loser
81.
would put themselves in a position where going through would be a bit difficult. Schertz has got all the time in the world for a 3-1 lead. Double 16.
49.
Not found this time. I hear there's toy Venus flytraps being released on the back of that advert.
131.
Wow.
Felix should require 32.
Yeah. Beginning to look a lot like Christmas, isn't it?
Well, Felix Schertz would think that the finals night appearance would be all of his Christmases coming true.
24.
But that moves inside and he's presented a
Thomas
gift
should
to
require
Banks.
100.
Lovely lie for the triple. That leaves
Aim
double
shot on
10.
the fourth leg.
And that's a ton
Thomas
check out
Banks.
for Thomas Banks to level up at 2 apiece. He breaks the throw of Felix Schertz.
That's more like the Bulldog spirit from Banks, for sure.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
But he's always
Game on.
capable of doing that with his ability that he has. And this is what he has to remember, even in the wrong times, and it's not going right. And
81.
he has to remember that that ability doesn't ever go away from you. It's always there if you let it out. But you've got to let it out as a player. You've got to
100.
throw with that freedom to allow that to happen.
Yeah, Thomas Banks, one of a number of great young
28.
talents we're going to see at the Super Series. Actually going to see one next week in the ADC Women's Championship Tour Finals in Eleanor Cairns, the first ever Girls World Champion. She's going to be a part of an 8-player lineup, which is going to be headlined by Dieter Hedman and Lisa Ashton. And it's going to be live on the Super Series
96.
YouTube channel from 12:30 next Saturday here from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You can scan that QR code, sends you to the same link as tickets for the Modus
24.
Super Series. And if you download tickets for Series 2, then you can join us here on Saturday night next week for
134.
that particular affair. Banks will need another 6 here because he's left
96.
himself on 162.
$43.
And that poor visit is a result of knowing that he left himself on 162. He's forgotten that he's at 2-2.
86. Thomas should require 119.
Yeah, game changer. It feels a sliding
55.
door moment in
Felix
this
should
match.
require 95.
Chairs takes out this 95. Could be a game changer. Banks still trying to get the throw going. He throws a couple of phantom darts in the background. Back to the ball. Not to be. And so Banks
56.
16 corridor.
And you'd have
Thomas
thought
should
that
require
first dart was
64.
perfectly placed to come in off the side. One dart then for Banks at 32.
32.
And once again, not to be.
Felix should require 39.
Close but no cigar.
And so 39 for Schertz. It's a dart at double 18 he's going to get now. Can he just move that across about half an inch?
Game
yes,
shot on the
is the
fifth
answer.
leg.
He gets
Felix
the break
shirts.
and well, he prays to the deities amidst the church.
Sixth leg, it's
There's
Felix
no
to
gods
throw
here.
first.
You've got to do it
Game
yourself.
on.
Bit like an REM song. You've got to lose your religion because you've got to be used to precision.
60.
Nicely done there, mate. Yeah, no, definitely.
82.
I don't feel Thomas is out of this. The way that he hit that 100, I don't feel that he's out of this. But he has
59.
to get himself in it now with a treble of some sort.
96.
Which he achieves. He's got to keep her opponent under the cosh a little.
48. $84.
I know it's not the last leg of this match, but it has a last leg feel of it, doesn't it?
May well be if
100.
Felix carries on scoring to this kind of tune.
57.
Well, this is a big visit here for Shirts. It'll either tell us whether he can ascend the authority in this leg
64.
or whether Banks is taking the darts. Left himself on 170, but Banks can leave something way more handy and makeable.
96. Felix should require 170.
Fish time. The fish for Felix. Not to be, and so Banks is back.
121. Thomas should require 86.
Bounce at an opportune
54.
time and then a miss on the outside wire. So for the match.
Felix should require 49.
49 for Felix Shirts to pick up what will be his second victory of the day. Level 16 to complete the job. And because of the way that 17 went in, he just had to move back to readjust.
Game,
but then
shot,
finds the
and
double
match.
16
Felix
to complete the job
Shirts.
by 4 legs to 2 against Thomas Banks. Both players know they didn't play at their best in that particular encounter, but it was one all about getting the result. Cutting a forlorn and frustrated figure, Felix Shirts walks off the stage. A 4-2 victor against Thomas Banks. Both players, his averages were in the mid-70s. Miss doubles being a real common theme in the match. Shirts, a 4-2 winner against Thomas Banks. And then coming up after the break, it's going to be the final game for the 4th round. It's Charlie Large looking to make it 8 from 8 as he takes on Jeff Murray.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
So, welcome back. Oh, hello there. Hi, guys. Right, welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break we saw Felix Schertz get the better of Thomas Banks by 4-2. It's myself, Henry Deacon, alongside Scott Mitchell, the 2015 world champion, here in commentary. And let's just have a bit of a reflection on what we've seen so far today, because it's been a day where every player would have felt an opportunity of possibly going through to a finals night. And that real sense of opportunity is perhaps dictated the way the games have gone in terms of the passages of play.
Yeah, there's been a lot of apprehension in some of the play. And, you know, we've seen legs go a-begging fairly easily, which, you know, the guys all know that all 6 of them are in with a shout this morning. And they've played a little bit nervously. I don't think they've actually played with a lot of freedom. Everybody's trying to sort of get themselves in a position in the table to move tomorrow. And that's what it's all about. It's about not doing the wrong thing today to leave you out of the running tomorrow.
It was interesting. We were talking just in the advert break there. We're having a look at the match stats. And of the 11 games we've seen already, you rightly mentioned that 7 of them have gone against the throw.
Which is just most unusual. You know, in a 4-3, in a game that's best of 7, 4-3, the guy that's thrown first in the last leg has the advantage. And we're seeing so many games go against throw here. It just shows the apprehension that we've had in most of the games this morning, today.
Yeah, most certainly. Well, our next game is Charlie Large against Jeff Murray, and this is the bookmaker's favourite against the bookmaker's outsider. But if you actually look at the league table, Charlie Large, who was a 7-1 shot at the beginning of the day, tops the pile. Jeff Murray, who was 2-1 on with the odds compilers, well, he finds himself 5th in the league standings.
Yeah, it's been a topsy-turvy one today, and for Jeff, he's now starting to find his feet. He's not out of it with that last win that he had. So he needs to go on a run if he's going to get out of this Group C.
Most certainly. We're just awaiting this game to get underway. Let's talk about tonight's action then in Group B. And interestingly, I want to have a look at and talk about Willie Borland, because he was very consistent over the course of 3 days, but was just beaten by Atiba Chacol, who just hit his straps.
Yeah, well, he actually lost his first 2 games, didn't he? And then reeled 13 on the spin, which is pretty impressive. So yeah, you feel pretty hard done by for Willie Borland. And it was his birthday as well, wasn't it? I think yesterday. So
100.
Yeah, a bit unlucky for him on his birthday, but yeah, all good. But he'll be back in Group B tonight, and that won't faze him at all. He's one of those that just gets on with it, throws with freedom,
81.
and gets his best out there. We've seen him do 9 darters in last legs on the biggest stage of the world.
Indeed, we have. Well, Large and Murray,
97.
12th game of the day. Charlie Large goes off as the 6-5 6-5 outsider with the odds compilers. Jeff Murray 8-13, and I don't think they've really changed their odds, have they? Or changed their tune, the bookies, from the start of the day. And when you consider the way that Charlie's playing, that 6-5, even if Jeff finds his strats, just for the fact the odds are what they are, would represent value.
Yeah, absolutely, and not to, you know, the fact that he's on 3 out of 3. So yeah, that's why that sees that as value. But
140.
You get to a point where you're winning game after game, and I know we've had Darryl Pilgrim here win record amounts and all that sort of thing. But we've all been there with league games and this, that, and the other, where you're on 9 out of 9, 10 out of 10, county games.
Jeff, you require 146.
Sometimes you just want to lose one to get that monkey off your back, because you do start to think about that run of winning so many in a row. And we spoke about Tebow putting 13 on the trot. Will he be thinking about on
57.
Saturday night?
Charlie,
about how many games
68.
he's won in a row, or will he see it as new and fresh? That's what I love about this game. It throws up so many conundrums.
The conundrum here is double 16, and it's a conundrum that has been dealt with. 1-0 to Charlie Large.
Second leg, it's Jeff to throw first. Game on. $41.
Murray, when I came back from up on the balcony, did actually ask
100
how you hit a treble 19 on a switch. So if you block the treble 20 and you come down, he said, how do you regularly hit treble 19s? I said, I was unaware that I did. That's the way that you
60.
hit them. Just don't know that you do. You know, and be open-minded about when you throw for it. Otherwise, if you're throwing for it going, oh no, I never hit one on the switch, you never will hit one. It's a mental thing. And I gave him the Bobby George. Just look at it and throw it at mate. Don't think too much.
And that might be the reason why occasionally he has to switch, because of the
60.
lie of the first dart dangling over the top of the treble bed.
Yeah, you picked up on it earlier, and quite rightly so. For most players, that one on the top wire with the dart tipped up a little, it just says, come and bump into me and I'll give you 60s all day long. But with this type of throw, it doesn't happen that way. And
60.
he can go over the top of one, a little bit like Taylor. It's not quite the understacker level that the Feel the Power used to throw, but it's one that
79.
Jeff does seem to be able to get over the top of that one on the bottom wire.
Suppose being from that part of the world, it would be understacker
81.
and overstacker.
Not to be confused with Mertesacker. That's something totally different altogether.
Ex-Arsenal, wasn't he?
Ex-Arsenal indeed. Good spot, mate.
58.
You know your football, don't you?
Back in the halcyon days when Stephen Pienaar was playing for Everton.
Indeed he was, yes. Yes, lovely.
45.
150
Charlie
for
require
Large for a
150.
2-0 lead.
$42. Jeff, you require 154.
So 154 for Jeff Murray to level proceedings up at one apiece. And again, it's another one of those drag below darts, and so switches this time to the 17s.
54. Charlie require 108.
108 for Large. Good find. Double 16.
76.
Not to beat.
Jeff, you require 100.
Went for top shots, didn't quite happen on this
60.
occasion. And
Charlie
so Large is back
32.
for 32 to lead by 2-0.
He had already done that 100 shot out against Nico earlier in the day.
Game shot on the second leg.
Doesn't
Charlie
get back.
Large.
Charlie Large goes 2-zip up.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And we're really seeing something from this young man now, aren't we?
Well, I posed a bit of a question at the beginning of the day, what we would see from Charlie Large back here at the
100.
Super Series. And we're seeing some good stuff. He's playing in a group which I think plays into his hand, because he'll feel a sense of opportunity. And he has had some Group Cs in the past where you look at the caliber of
30.
players in the group, and they were tight groups. They were tough groups, but I think every single player was so evenly matched on paper before this particular competition began that actually this was a real litmus test
57.
for him, because you could actually see in a level pegging group, what can he actually muster?
Yeah, and these are sort of
62.
These do change the games of your darting career and the direction of your darting career sometimes these days, for Charlie, because, like I say, he is a young man, and he's
58.
And like I say, if he could reel off a 4 out of 5 here or a 5 out of 5, all of a sudden you then start to believe. You know, you get invited along to come along to these, or
100.
You know, you play your way into these, and he's just going to go from here and go, wow, this is where I want to be, and this is what I want to do, and this is just that brief taste, and he's proven himself that he can do it, and that's the biggest thing.
136.
Belief is one of the biggest things in life. If you don't believe, then you don't see.
That's absolutely right.
137. Charlie
got
required
battered
150.
last week by Josh Rock 6-0 with it, and he had 110 average. And I still did some good things in the game, even though I lost to 0. It's not often that it happens to me.
42.
But yeah, there were some good things in the game that I did, and I came away from that thinking I wasn't a million miles off you, mate. I know you were playing brilliant, but I was there and thereabouts with my 95 average.
We'll ask where the Scott Mitchell game is
Charlie
in a second, but we'll just see what happens here. Charlie Large, 108 for 3-0. Can't find the show with his second dart, and so Murray back for
56.
double 16. This will be his first go at a double in this match.
Game shot on the
Found
third
with
leg.
aplomb. It's a break.
Jeff Murray.
for Jeff Murray, and back we go to 2-1. So where is the darts of Scotty Dog Mitchell at this present moment in time?
Fourth leg, it's Jeff to throw
you can
first.
only really judge yourself on what's more recent. You know, I finished number 15 in the Challenge Tour out of 480 odd, and so that's kind of cool. You know, I wanted to finish in the top 2.
140.
With people like Barry Van Peer starting winning them for fun early doors in the season, it's sort of the number 1 spot was gone fairly quickly, and we saw an absolutely amazing
55.
tussle between Owen Bates and Hendo to get the spot. So, and I was there and thereabouts with that. So I'm not disappointed. You look up the averages for the year, and I finished 5th out of the 400 odd in the averages. So I feel I'm in a pretty good place, but we all know that brilliant game is there, and also that low average game is there,
96.
and you've got to keep them as far apart as possible. In my world, I want to keep that 90 bit around that 90 mark, and if I can keep doing that, you give yourself chances of winning games, and that's what I'm trying to do.
59.
But I feel very comfortable with what I'm doing, and I'm back enjoying it again. It doesn't feel a chore anymore. It's there's a smile on the face even when you're losing. It's a nice place to be at the minute.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
140.
And as you say, Barry and Owen mastering the Challenge Tour in 2023. So that means we're not going to be seeing them back at the Super Series anytime soon.
131.
Wish them all the very best moving forward in their new endeavours. We're going to see Barry, as I say, at the Grand Slam later on this week. And the pair of the World Championships.
Jeffrey required 50.
Not too far from now. But Murray here misses the big number, 46 remaining. And so it's only going to be the one dart, a double 16 to square up. And it's a dart
Charlie
he can't
required
take.
120.
Oof,
100.
Just below for the Shanghai.
Jeff, you required 32. Game shot on the fourth
And the
leg.
double 16
Jeff
is found
Murray.
to level this game up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Charlie probably be more unhappy of the two here, because I think he feels that he's been dominating the game, and he's now sat here at 2-2. Or maybe he feels that
80.
He should have been a little further in front, and we're going to find out a little bit more about Charlie in the next few legs, about his character and about the way that he thinks in the game.
100.
Max.
180.
I think he just heard me out there ask that question. I think we've just found out what he's about. That is superb. That's a superb response from Charlie Large.
24. $57.
He does make it through to the final. He is going to have a big vociferous support with him from Waterlooville.
100.
Won't quite be a bear pit in here, but it will be very vocal.
100.
Yeah, you'd like to think there would be a little partisan crowd in here. Should Charlie make it? We are.
140. Charlie required 84.
Double 12 for 3-2. Now sixes.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Is found
Charlie
in a large
Large.
lead, 3-2. 15 darters, the leg away for making it 4 out of 4.
Sixth leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
And put
Game
him on the
on.
brink of what would be a perfect day if he can win this one and get the better of Felix Schertz in the final game. As for Murray, the bookies' favourite,
177.
kicks off 177 in this leg, but it's been a day of, well, what might have been.
96. $134. $134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134. 134.
Well, that's Charlie's second maximum of this match, and it puts him in a very good position, and it just gives Jeff Murray the proverbial tap on the shoulder.
59.
And that tap on the shoulder will feel a little bit more like a shove now if Large can find something makeable.
65. Jeff, you require 131.
Sets up to need 160, but what can Murray make of this 131? No hay on this occasion.
91. Charlie, you require 160.
Nice setup, though, all the same. Charlie Large, 160. Oh, not to be. Little grimace from him there.
Jeff, you require 40.
Well, this is to send us all the way. He's 2 out of 3 on the double so far in this match, but that tops drags below. Can he move across about an
20.
inch on the tens? No is the answer, and so Charlie Large.
Charlie, you require
back
60.
For 60 to take this match out. It would be for 4 wins from 4 at the beginning of his Group C campaign. Tops. And now double 10. And Charlie Large makes it 4 from 4 in Group C. He's the player to beat. As far as this group is concerned, the 7-1 outsider at the beginning of the day is proving to be the player of the day. Business-like, straight off stage, 1 more to go for him. He gets the better of Jeff Murray by 4 legs to 2 with an average of 88.02. 4 out of 8 when it comes to the doubles, 50% all told. So that's the end of the 4th round of fixtures for our day. There's only 3 more to go as far as Group C is concerned. And we're going to kick that off with Thomas Banks against Nico Bloom. It's England up against Germany, and it's next.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are on the first day of Group C in week 1 of Series 6, and we have 3 fixtures left to play today. Thomas Banks takes on Nico Bloom in the next game. Then Jeff Murray meets Keelan Cade before Felix Schertz faces Charlie Large, who is looking to go through the card today, the outsider, before a dart was thrown. But that 4-2 win against Murray in his previous match has seen Charlie Large go 4 from 4, and he is sitting top of the Group C table. There he is on 8 points. He could make it the perfect 10 if he wins that curtain closer today. Keelan Cade 2 points behind him, Bloom and Schertz 2 behind him, Murray off the mark, but Thomas Banks is not yet. Can that change here for the 17-year-old? We're about to find out. He takes on Flower Power Nico Bloom, and talking you through the action, it's Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thanks for that, Murph. Perfectly put. These two guys have played each other 3 times already this week. And Paul Thomas Banks has yet to win one. So, they both look to be having a smile and a chat here. I'm sure that Thomas is fully aware that he has lost the last 3 this week to Nico. Nico looks absolutely happy and smiley. He's fully aware that he's won 3 out of 3 in this meetup. And
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Well, they're shiny, happy people shaking hands. And it's Banks that gets us underway.
33.
As far as what the odds compilers say in this particular battle, they have Nico Bloom as the heavy 4-7 favourite, Thomas Banks at 5-4.
45.
And for Thomas, it's about finishing with a win.
96.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, he's just got to get that first dart right, which is like that one. When he does that, this is what happens.
140.
When he's under that with his first dart and he's just a little bit shy, then the next thing you know, he's in all sorts of problems. And then when you start hitting 140s, it gets under the skin of your opponent, and they either come with you or they start throwing all over the place.
134.
Bloom left on the Richie Beno score.
43. Thomas should require 149.
And left on no out. So Banks has 6 here to take out this opening leg. He's already had a 164 today. He's not going to add a 149 to the collection on this particular occasion, but he at least is going to have a couple of darts to double upon his next turn.
79. Thomas should require 25.
Double 5's the double he's going to get, but it drags below.
21. Nico requires 100.
Can maybe sneak up from the back of the grid into pole position in this leg.
80.
But he can't find
Thomas
the checkout flag.
4.
It was a very good chance as well, wasn't it?
Game
and
shot the first leg.
Banks takes
Thomas
it out.
Banks.
And a bulldog spirit there from Thomas Banks.
Second leg, it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
Cleaning up now. He's just found something in the way there, just like a cricketer. He's picked it up and thrown it off the wicket. But he's thrown it off the ocky there.
Looking for the free stumps at the beginning of this leg. Having a bit of a issue retrieving the dart, and Thomas, enthusiastic to get to the board, just had to step back for a second.
55.
We have had incidents where a player threw a dart whilst a player was retrieving. There was a famous incident involving Gavin Carling and Lucas Venig, where Venig was struggling to retrieve the darts. Gavin unintentionally thought that he was walking aside as he moved to the ocky and accidentally threw the first dart, and it just missed the hand of Lucas Venig by about half an inch. However, I suppose where there's a blame, there's a claim.
77.
There is indeed. I've had a situation like that actually on the famous Lakeside stage. Mark Borelli threw a dart when I felt the wind of it go by my ear. I think he was trying to push me along. I think he did it on purpose.
43.
But anyway, it's not a problem with me. We all shook hands and made up over it. And yeah, it's one of those. It's yeah, I was trying to take my darts out. I was in no particular hurry back in those days to move me along, and yeah, he thought he could move me along, I think. And like I say, I felt the wind go by my ear.
6.
As I just walked away. It was close.
Nico
I think he even got a replay.
96.
It was that close at the time, like on the telly box.
Number 19. Going to split.
64.
I mean, at least when Liam Mendel Lawrence is playing, you won't have such an issue. Anyway, Bloom back for 32 to level up.
123. Nico
and he's
required
thinking, why
32.
now? Why my best dart's been saved to that point? As Bloom goes to double 16. Can he nudge it across?
Game shot.
Yes, he can. It just sneaks in the corner. It's level at 1 apiece here between Banks and Bloom.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Got to keep that head up.
57.
And also, because of the way that he throws the darts, any dejection in body language may lead to darts being pulled down low.
Yeah, great spot, mate. Yeah, definitely.
85. $48.
And I think it's very important that whoever's with Thomas this week, and I believe he's Parents and family are here with him this week.
100.
It's very important for them to, after they give him the right kind of support, and just try and
60.
the best possible stead to go into tomorrow, because there has been enough evidence this week to showcase the best of Thomas Banks, and one day like today should not form an opinion
57.
on the precocious young talent that he is.
No, he's got great people behind him. They won't let that happen. And, you know, it's difficult when you're the age of Thomas, and this is a massive thing for you, and you feel it's the next step on where your progression and where you're going. And when it doesn't quite go right, you know, he just needs an arm around him, give him time to settle, and he's got to give himself time as well. You know, there's very
79.
few 17-year-olds that have absolutely jumped onto the scene and set the world alight like he wants to. And you're not thinking glass half full at that age.
99.
You're thinking, I want to be world champion, I want to be this, I want to be that. And very few have gone on and done that. But one or two have. We're not denying that, but as a percentage to the amount of 17-year-olds that have played darts, I go down as it would be very few and very long odds.
Well,
119. Nico, you require 40.
For 2-1 and the break of throw. Now double 10.
Game shot on the third
and it is
lane.
fan. And I know this
Nico
is going to be
Blue.
a game that Nico's going to find tough to play, because he has taken Thomas under his wing this
Fourth leg,
week.
it's Nico to throw first.
Giving him some
Game
help,
on.
giving him some encouragement. But it's all about the heat of battle right here, right now.
140.
A quote that I live my life by is by Billie Jean King, which says, "Pressure is a privilege."
99.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely agree. I'd never heard that before. I like that. I like that a lot.
134.
Obviously coming from a great person that's had as much pressure as you could ever imagine.
5.
Didn't she even take on a men's player for an awful lot of money back in the day?
1973, and it led
100.
to the movement. It led to the movement of equal pay, and the first ever Grand Slam to have that was the US Open back in 1973. They celebrated the 50th anniversary
Nico,
of
you require
that this year. Nico
127.
Blum here, 1-2-7 and game, and we know he's going to go for the bull. Not going to go.
59.
And it's something that we've seen in darts a lot more. Obviously, the MODUS Super Series is an equal opportunities tournament. We've seen the likes of Makura Suzuki, we've seen the likes of Fallon Sherrock, Lisa
43.
Ashton.
Nico
Very stiff
requires
competition,
68.
Trina Gulliver, of course, as well. As Blum looks a double 4 for 3-1. Now down for double 2.
66.
Well, this could be a bit of a mess. This could be a bit of a mess, because Banks is back on 296 and Blum is in the madhouse.
60. Nico, you
Now,
require 2.
This could end badly, potentially, if it doesn't go.
No score.
Because what I mean by this is Banks can now try and tiptoe his way forward. And if he
56.
does,
Nico, you require 2.
and Blum messes about, this could be contagious.
Game shot on the
Irrelevant
fourth
now,
leg.
3-1.
Nico Bloom.
I think Thomas needed a couple of trebles in the visit before to sort
Fifth
of
leg,
make
it's
him
Thomas
think
to
a
throw
little.
first. Game on. $43.
And of course, there'll be some people
$60.
that'll obviously form their opinions, but
81.
let's just remember that these players here have qualified by right to be in this competition. And if you think you're good enough,
134.
then head over to dartcircuit.com and you can play in the vaults.
60.
And it should be said as well, obviously, the preparation for Thomas hasn't been
78.
at all perfect. And you know, everything's just kind of congealed together today. And we
45.
hope tomorrow we see the best of Thomas, that's for sure.
Well, he can come back tomorrow, and he has nothing to worry about. He can throw with freedom.
59.
And just come back and be the spoiler. Let's see Thomas be the spoiler. That's what I want to see tomorrow. I really like this kid. I've got a lot of time for him.
41. Nico, you require 170.
Well, this would be some way for Nico's day to end. If he can find the fish, not to beat.
98.
Now, I'm going to tell you this right here, right now. He is going to try and leave the bull.
68. Nico, you require 72.
The last start of this turn will be at the bullseye. It will be at the bullseye. It will not be at the bullseye.
42.
Nicely called, though, mate. Thomas has a little wry smile at it because he knew it was coming.
100. Nico, you require 30.
Wrap it up. Just squeezes in.
18.
That just goes
Thomas
wide.
requires 63.
And so Banks for 3-2.
Double 12.
Game shot on the
Thomas
fifth leg.
Banks.
Thomas Banks.
Oh, he has a little... I think both players having a little smile at one another there. That was superb.
It's Nico to throw first. Game on.
Great stuff there. Well picked up by our camera crew. Lovely moment. Lovely moment.
60.
That was, yeah, a real nice moment in the pair.
96.
Bloom with the darts then for the match. 2 more after this. Jeff Murray against Keelan K and Felix Shirts against Charlie Large. And then we've got another 10 games of darts tonight. Group B.
I tell you what, I can't wait. I cannot wait. I love the darts, me.
Do you like the darts or do you like spending time in my company?
100.
We're not here tonight, so that's why I'm going to love it. You were upstairs.
99.
Yeah, Scott's going to be with Chris Murphy in the commentary box.
Yeah, my seat is still
99.
warm, I reckon. Lovely jubbly. No, that's good. Lovely session we got for you tonight as
41. Nico, you require 146.
146 for the match for Nico Bloom. He's not going to go on this particular occasion.
58.
Set up. Does half a job of that. Wow. Oh, no. You know where this last dart's going. You know where the last dart's going.
27.
I give you my personal
Nico,
guarantee that this
88.
last dart will be at the bullseye. I give you my personal guarantee. He goes to the ball.
55.
But he doesn't find it.
So, to add more pressure,
140.
Thomas Banks at 140.
Nico, you require 33.
Suddenly here, if this double 14 doesn't go, suddenly,
19.
suddenly, the trajectory changes. Tops for Banks. If he finds this double 10, we're going all the way.
20.
But he can't.
Nico,
And
you
Bloom is
require
back.
14. Game, shots,
And he
the
finds
match.
double
Nico
7
Bloom.
for the match. A 4-2 victory for Nico Bloom against Thomas Banks, who finishes his day without to win. One more day for him at the Super Series tomorrow. Shakes hands with the referee, Charlie Courtefine. As for Nico Bloom, he keeps himself in the equation, 6 points to his name. And so, 2 more games to go. It's Murray and Kay after this.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. when you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm joined by Nico Bloom. Nico, first time here at the Super Series, first time playing darts on a stage for a while. How's it gone for you this week? How have you felt?
Well, it wasn't bad at all. I felt quite good, but there are little things what I have to do better, you know? Little mistakes, like when I played Harry yesterday, it was the decider. He was on the double, I think. It was a 92, and then for the 20s, after I hit the 20, I thought, like, what are you doing? Go for the single ball, 17, and you have the bullseye left to win the match. Yeah, these are the little things what have to come back, you know?
You look like you've enjoyed it, though, this week. But one game in particular today, you look really pumped up. That victory you had against Felix Schertz earlier today. We're just actually playing that now. We can see some of your reactions. You look really up for that game. Just talk us through what you were feeling at that moment.
Yeah, well, Felix and me had a chat yesterday when we had some food, and we both are ADC qualifiers, ADC Europe, and we just said it's a pleasure for us to be here, a really pleasure, because Felix didn't play that much tournaments, not that much people know him, and me as well. I had a break for nearly 6.5 years, so it's a pleasure to be back in the darts on stage and screen and stuff like that. And the only match I wanted to win was against Felix, because we had a practice the last 2 days and he was quite good. We went up to a pub and he first darts, he went like 180, triple 20 and missed the triple 19 by 3 mils or something like that. I thought, oh, he's freaking good, unreal. Yeah, that's why I wanted to win that match.
I'm going to ask,
because of the ranking, of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah. I'm going to ask you maybe a silly question now. What's your favourite double?
Bullseye.
Right, okay. We're going to
Let's say it like Wayne Mardle. It's the bullseye.
Showing you this from yesterday, 21 bull. I mean, that was a bold attempt. How good does it feel when that comes off?
I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, and feels quite good. But I want to do a little challenge. If Wayne Mardle sees that, I want to have a leg against you, blowing the dart into the dartboard. So if you want to do it, I will challenge you, mate.
Well, I tell you what, you have actually been doing that this week, haven't you, blowing the dart into the dartboard? In fact, we're seeing this now. I mean,
oh, yeah.
How on earth can you do that? I think a few of us have tried it, and it lands at our feet.
I think it's just all about my small belly. Yeah, a lot of air in there, to be honest.
Well, Wayne Mardle's someone who does stuff on the exhibition circuit. If you've seen him doing it, is that why you tried to do it yourself?
Yeah. I've seen the video on YouTube. He's doing that. I thought, Jesus, I want to do it as well. So I did it 2 or 3 times at home. I thought, oh, that's going quite good. You have to do it as well on tournaments and stuff like that.
Right, last question, bringing it all together. Have you ever blown a dart into the bullseye?
I did, against Christian Bunse when we played the German Super League, the World Championships qualifier in practice. We had a best of 11. In the last decider, I was on 50. I said to Christian, 50 quid for bullseye. He said, no way. And I blew it out straight into the bullseye and was like, oh no, I stopped playing today.
Nice little earner. You've still got the chance to play for £5,000 this week. So just getting back to the serious stuff. How are you feeling? 3 wins today, going into this group tomorrow. How do you rate your chances?
Little mistakes today, but in the end, I feel quite good. Yeah.
Good. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank
It's been
you
a
very
pleasure
much.
having you with us this week. You can see more bullseyes from Bloom, I'm sure, tomorrow. Jeff Murray and Keelan Kay are on the stage behind us, and Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell will talk you through it.
Thanks, Chris. Well, go on then, Scott. I'm going to give you the most difficult task of anyone. Try and unpack that interview.
Well, I think he likes the bullseye, doesn't he? Whether he's throwing them in with his mouth or throwing them in with his mouth. That's what I thought. Yeah, no, absolutely. He's telling everybody he likes a bullseye, but we didn't see one from him today. But yeah, what a special little talent.
First
like I say,
leg,
Wayne's the only one I've ever seen been able to do that.
Game on.
With any consistency to keep them in the board, even let alone hit stuff. But yeah, for me, I actually played Wayne in an exhibition back before anybody knew me, and I missed a 170 on the bullseye to beat him, and he chucked the dart in his mouth and spat it in double 16 to beat me, which was a bit awe-inspiring. Fair play. But yeah, no, what a lovely talent to have. What a character. What a character we need in the game.
Absolutely.
140.
And if you think that he's a bit of a character on the hockey, goodness me, off the hockey, he's quite the character as well. He's been very much the life and soul of the Super Series this week. Actually been trying to ask for all sorts of food outlets, and basically he's been leading the charge, and basically all the players in Group A have been eating together, and so they went out for all the players in Group A, or most of the players in Group A, most of the European contingent, all went out for a nice little slap-up meal yesterday, which was quite nice. Murray here in the game against Kay has left 81 after 9 in this first leg. Just moves the other side of the treble 12. He chased the treble, he paid the price.
49.
So Kay back for
Keelan, you require
164, which has been hit against him
164.
today by Thomas Banks. Not going to hit it on this occasion.
100.
So Murray leading
Jeff, you
double
require
16 after
32.
12. It's been a good start out the gate for him. Can the felling fella take the
Game
opening
shot on the
leg?
first
Yes is
leg.
the answer.
Jeff
1-0
Murray.
Murray.
Second leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
No panic for Kay yet. First leg, he didn't have the darts.
Nico Bloom is still
95.
talking in the practice room.
We can hear him through the wall here at our commentary position, and we've both got headphones on, which is quite good.
60.
Shall I depart and get Nico to do guest comps?
No thanks. I'll be all right. You
81.
know what I mean. I'll be all right here with you, mate. You stay here with me. Where were you good? As exciting as it may be.
85.
Well, it's important here on this game, in particular for Jeff Murray. If he can win this, he moves himself onto 4 points, and then he kind of hopes Charlie Large runs away with it then as Kay hits his first max of the match. Winning for Keelan Kay would ensure that he would have a 8-point day as well.
180.
But there just seems to be something
Keelan,
about Jeff Murray
require
right at the end here. But
145.
Kay's going to get first poke of the 145. He's not going to go on this occasion. He's going to get another visit to square this
95.
leg off.
Yeah, good last start from Keelan Kay there. I think we're finally starting to see Jeff's throwing with a bit of freedom.
100. Keelan, you require 50.
Conventional.
Game shot on the
Successful.
second leg.
1-1.
Keelan Kay.
With a 14 darter to level proceedings up. 15 darter, sorry, to level proceedings up.
I like that. I like that
Third
a lot
leg,
more
it's
from
Jeff to
Keelan
throw
Kay.
first. Game
More
on.
rhythm. Not stepping back. Just getting on with it and throwing it. Step back with the first one, but then find some rhythm with the
58.
next two, you know, and that's much, much better when he's got 3 darts in hand from Keelan Kay there from what he's been doing most of the afternoon.
100.
And it's easy for me. You know, it is a kind of criticism, I suppose it is, but he's still being successful with what he's doing. You know, he's not a million miles away off this
26.
group. He has 3 wins already. So what he was doing, there's not a lot wrong with it. Just fine-tuning, I think is the
100.
word I'm looking for.
Well, I know we're only a couple of legs in, but this is probably the best that we've seen of any 2 players toe-to-toe at any point today.
100.
Leaving the proverbial best till last.
60.
Try visit there for Keelan K. Means that Jeff Murray can really go for the photon throw.
60.
But now the opportunity of a break has presented itself once again for Keelan K. He can find another one of them. He is in full command of this leg. Leads himself 101 after 12. The type of leg most darts players dream of.
Indeed, the good old-fashioned
140. Keelan, you require 101.
Perfect 15-dart leg.
53. Jeff, you require 117.
Everything's changed now. We go 105 with the last throw, so we can get out in 14. That's how the game has progressed.
Evolution is the solution.
93.
48.
Keelan, you require 48.
And a 2-1 lead. Tops. 10's the MO now.
Game shot on the
Finds
third
it
leg.
to go 2-1 to the good. And having a look at what the odds compilers are saying in running. Jeff Murray, 13-8. Keelan K now.
Fourth
very
leg,
much
it's
fancied
Keelan's
at
to throw
4-9
first.
after accruing
Game
the
on.
break.
$76.
And I think it would mean a lot for Keelan if he was successful this week and he made it through to Saturday night. He's had plenty of trials and tribulations here at the Super Series. And
83.
Going through to Saturday night will feel like a real monkey off the back.
44.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of work to do here, but yes, I totally agree. It would be, again, one of those game-changing moments for him should he manage to achieve
139.
More potential in this fella than we've seen.
55.
Max.
180.
And maybe the joystick is starting to compute for Jeff Murray.
140.
99 for 2-2.
Jeff, you require 99.
It's the Nina outshot.
No red balloons this time round.
59.
And actually her name was Nana, not Nina.
Released back in 1983 during the Cold War, and it was to try and stop
46.
the conflict in the
Jeff, you
Iron
require
Curtain
40.
in East and West Germany. Tots Murray.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jeff Murray.
Great skills, mate. Great skills. All I remember about her when she put her arm in the air,
Fifth
she had
leg, it's
airy
Jeff to
armpits.
throw
That was all I
first.
remember. The first
Game
time I seen
on.
a woman with airy armpits at 13 years old. Anyway, we'll move on.
$85.
My last fact about that is it replaced Duran Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf, at the top of the UK charts.
55.
Very much like his northeast compatriot, so to speak, Rob Grundini, the way the darts
140.
go in the ball, they go at a very low base. We're going to see Rob tonight in Group B action.
140.
I think we're going to have a very good night tonight, Scott. I think we're going to see some great darts in Group B.
Yeah, a very competitive group it looks, and
look
at Jeff away again here.
180.
This is fourth 180 of the match so far, and we are only in the fifth leg.
123. Jeff, you require 96.
A 3-2 lead, and this has really turned the game on its head. Keelan K looked as if he had it by the scruff of his neck
Game
for a
shot
long
on the
while,
fifth leg.
but that
Jeff
11-dart
Murray.
leg and that 96 out has changed the tide to some tune, and so Jeff Murray
Sixth
here
leg, it's Keelan
leads
to throw
3-2,
first.
and
Game
Keelan
on.
K has got work to do here. This group could congeal up very quickly.
I have a question for you here. I mean,
100.
Is Keelan K's quicker pace more to Jeff Murray's suiting? Because so far he's played a lot slower than this and struggled. And now
100.
he's upped his pace a little from what I can see and seems to be doing better with it.
I also think sometimes with quicker players, you can also get
100.
sucked into the pace of a game. And sometimes you can inadvertently go faster, and because of that, you can see one or two erratic visits. But actually, to a certain extent, I could actually disagree with you, Scott, because if you actually look at it from a numbers perspective, Keelan K's playing his best stuff so far today, but he's being ran ragged by a man who's hit 4 maximums and averaging 107.23. No one's really carded any numbers close to that today.
81.
No, they haven't. I mean, I was
Keelan, you require
161. With Jeff, it
161.
obviously suited Jeff, because we haven't seen him card anywhere near this number, like you rightly say. And nor is Keelan.
65.
Nice to see.
Styles make fights, and this is an almighty fight that could go down to the final round, and no one's going to be putting the towel in, that's for sure. And Kay, one of the 96 that
26.
Jeff Murray took out in the previous
Keelan,
leg
you
descenders there.
96.
Yeah, absolutely. Kay could find himself here.
44. Jeff, you require
3-3, 10
154.
points adrift in the average, but he could still be there.
Another one of them to win the match. Gets himself a dart at tots to win the match.
Game, shots, and the match.
A real
Jeff
spurt to the
Murray.
line. Unbelievable, Jeff. As Jeff Murray beats Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2 with an 11 dart leg followed by a 154. He put in the big moments when it mattered. A 105 average, 4 maximums to boot, and finishing off with a 154. That is a take a bow performance on Jeff Murray. He beats Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2, and so just one last game to go. Felix Shirts and Charlie Large round off day 1 in Group C.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
And so here we go, our final game of the session here of the MODUS Super Series sees the Swiss Felix Shirts up against Charlie Large, who can complete the card. He can go unbeaten for the day if he can get the better of the Swiss here, and he will condemn Shirts to 4 points from his day. An incredible performance before the break. Jeff Murray showing why the odds compilers put faith in him as the favourite to win the group. An average of 105.04 and 4 maximums, including a 154 checkout to finish, en route to a 4-2 victory against Keelan Kay. Shirts the 6-5 outsider, Charlie Large on at 8-13, and Scott Mitchell alongside me in the commentary box.
100.
Is it as simple as Charlie Large playing his best and he picks up the points?
I think it's as simple as Charlie Large just not thinking about being top of the table and thinking about the dark game that's in front of him and trying to make it as less complicated as he possibly can.
140.
But Shirts will want to finish with a win. If he can finish with a win, it puts him on to 6 points. I mean, 3 players would be left from that mark.
45.
Absolutely, and the man with the highest average of the group could be sat there, not in the top 4. And that we said it at the start of the day, and we're seeing it now.
But a win for Felix would mean that everybody, including Thomas Banks, would still be in play come tomorrow.
137. Felix requiring 121.
And he's got off to the quicker start of the 2. Granted, yes, on throw, but he's left himself 121. Has a look over at the scorecard of Charlie Large
81.
And lays up for tops after 12. Not like what Large has hit in response, because now this tops is under the most ultimate of pressure.
Game shot on the first
what
leg.
Pressure? 13
Felix
data
Schurz.
for Felix Schurz. 1-0 he leads.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw
Shall
first.
we start the session all over again, Scott? Because suddenly they've all hit their straps.
They definitely have. It's been a slow burner, this group, hasn't
85.
it? And now here we go. We are absolutely on fire.
We've got time, haven't we, before 10 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
Absolutely. What time for a mixed grill, you mean?
Don't tempt me.
96.
Afternoon tea for me this evening. Family engagements.
Very nice. Could you wish your mama happy birthday from me as well? That would be lovely.
58.
Maybe we'll engage in a nice meal tomorrow, Scott.
85.
Maybe indeed. That sounds a plan. Is that a date?
I wouldn't say a date. Just more
59.
2 friends meeting up.
On the same day? Yeah, okay. That's what we'll call it then. 2 friends meeting up on the same day. We won't call it curry night or
90.
date night or whatever other night it could be. Maybe we could just call it Friday night.
Why not? On Thursday night, Charlie Large is looking for 145 to level up
Charlie
at 1
requiring
apiece.
145.
Doesn't go.
100.
But will leave himself on 45 upon his return to level proceedings up at 1 apiece.
60. Charlie required 45.
45 for Charlie Large. Double 16. And now double 8.
Game
Great
shot
for
on the
Charlie.
second leg.
1-1.
Charlie Large.
And I'll tell you one thing I do like
Third leg, it's Felix to throw
about
first.
Charlie.
Game on.
Is he'll never let out too much by way of emotion. He'll try and keep himself in check as much as he
60.
possibly can.
Well, the question is, are we seeing a new star develop in front of our eyes today?
40.
Well, we've seen him here. And look, everybody notably mentions Luke Littler, and rightly so, 2-time former champion here. But we saw Owen Bates develop in front of our eyes. We
57.
see Cam Crabtree develop in front of our eyes. And we may continue to see him develop here at the Super Series as well. You'd very much tip him to get a
57.
tour card next year, there's no doubt. But we've seen some fine young talents really begin to emerge.
Yeah, with Cam Crabtree, now that his mate Owen Bates has got a tour card, he will be absolutely... He's probably practicing for it right now as we speak. He will be gunning for a tour card without doubt.
93.
On the subject of date night, Scott, I've just had a text message from Harry Ward. He said him and Willie Borland have been enjoying a date before the session gets underway this evening, as Felix Schurz has a date with 3 in a bed.
57.
He did
Felix
indeed.
require
Great
83.
spot. I was waylaid there listening to your lovely Harry Ward story.
Level 17 leads double 16
Game
for
shot on the
2-1
third
lead.
leg. Felix Schurz.
The bromances in darts, they're all out there, aren't they?
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $135. 60.
Mind you, who's the biggest bromance that you can think of in darts, Scott?
Oh, it's Cam and Owen for me. They're like the new kids on the block.
180.
And honestly, I've never seen a bromance like it. And I know they watch this, and I know they listen to this. I'm sure the phone will go shortly, but yeah.
85.
No, top people. There's a few out there. I won't care to mention the others, but those are the two new turbo twins on the block.
140.
They're playing amazingly well, and they're just driving each other on. It's great to see. Great to see.
Owen Bates, who made Ali McCoy's cackle
95.
live on radio
Charlie
yesterday.
required 46.
His large goes for 46. Potential 11 darter incoming here. But he's missed the big number. And so it's only going to be one at double 16 on this turn.
14.
But he is going to come back for more.
So the Owen Bates story made it to TalkSport, did it?
57. Charlie required 32.
Very interesting.
Double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Desmond, 2-2.
Charlie large. Fifth leg, it's Felix to throw
That'll
first.
make his last set of darts
Game
with the
on.
old nickname on, sort of quite a collector's item.
Indeed it will. But we're at the point of Desmond in this match.
100.
Not for the first time today have we gone to 2-2, but it's been a story of players kind of pushing on in that fifth and sixth leg to pick up
96.
victories. Charlie Large has only picked up victories today. 4 from 4 going into this game.
60.
Still a tidy game in the 90 averages at the moment.
58. 80.
Now, the biggest conversion is 350 in 6, but some may argue that 347 is the toughest conversion in 6.
180.
Maximum needs 167 for 3-2.
125. Charlie required 167.
Well, this really would be a incredible passage of play. Not to be, and so Shirts to move 3-2 up and to
41.
really make it all
Felix
interesting.
required 136.
136.
First start was right on that top wire and lovely to be able to use it. And he
45.
just drifted
Charlie
into the
required
5.
126.
He was disappointed with that visit.
Or treble there would have left the ball, or at least in the 19s.
94. Felix required 91.
Square up for 32. So Shirts here, 91, to put himself a leg away. 66 left, and so the single there leaves the bullseye, but how much of that can he see? Good luck, sir. Good
Game
find,
shot
sir.
on the fifth leg.
Good day,
Felix
sir.
Shirts.
3-2, Felix Shirts.
Yeah, good darts
Sixth
from there
leg, it's
from
Charlie to
Felix.
throw
He's really
first.
putting
Game
Charlie.
on.
Charlie's obviously thinking about going through the day straight. Felix is thinking about trying to get himself back into this group
60.
after what was a tough start for him.
$55.
So Shirts is a leg away from becoming the first player to beat Charlie Large today. As we've been mentioning, the first
93.
player to got to 8 points, having won each of his opening 4 matches.
59.
And don't forget, the darting fun continues this evening
100.
when Group B gets underway. And we're going to be watching in action Rob Grundy, Howie Ward, Jared Cole, Willie Borland and Danny Smith from 10 o'clock.
100.
On Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Now, I'll give you a word of advice. Brew the cup of tea very quickly because it will be blinking you'll miss it action this evening.
42.
I think we're going to see an average in excess of 105 tonight.
180.
He's on the cusp. He could be 3 darts away.
140.
But being put under
Felix
pressure.
require 107.
Until the very end. Is this the end? Well, it's somewhat of a happy accident. Ton left. But he can't find the treble 20, and so Charlie Large
35. Charlie requires 66.
is back for 66. Double 18. 9s to send us all the way. That double hasn't seen a lot of action today.
Felix requires
This could
72.
be the end of the day's action in Group C. Church looking at 72 to complete the job. Another one of them leaves tops. Tots for Shirts of the match. And to condemn Charlie Large to his first defeat of the group.
32.
Misses just above.
Charlie require 18.
Large back for double 9 to square us up and to send us all the way. Splits and now double 4. That was not his intention. That was not his intention. That
14.
wasn't his intention.
Felix require 40.
Is back for tots of the match. 3 clear darts and a double. He puffs out his cheeks. And now wants double 10. One left in hand. Can he sneak it across?
30.
No.
Charlie require 4.
And so Large may have just used up a life, but if he can find double 2, then we go all the way. Help or hindrance?
Game shot on the 6th
3-3.
Charlie Large.
We go all the way. In our final game of the day.
7th and final leg. It's Felix to throw first. Game on.
And this could be big to see where the passages of play begin to lie, because there is a conceivability that Felix Shirts wins both of the matches and would actually
81.
be level on points with Charlie Large by the end of the first game tomorrow. It would then open up the door for the likes of Keelan K, for the likes of Nico Bloom, and suddenly we'd be in a position where we got 4 players tied on 8 points. And then suddenly things could not be any tighter. It would be, well, it would be soaked up like a sponge. And Shirts has found a max.
180.
He has not let the previous leg define him.
134.
Wonder what Scott's thoughts are on this. We'll find out in a minute, because he's gone to join Chris Murphy to talk about all the day's action.
140.
And that 140 there for Shirts has left him on a ton after 9. He could win this game with an 11-dart
90.
leg.
Felix you require 100.
For the match. Tops, because that bed's blocked. And he has got time.
60.
Large has probably laid one of his quieter, more dormant legs of the day. And perhaps the most important for him.
44.
But for Shirts, it's another 6 on tots for the match. He's already missed opportunities to win this encounter. But he will not spurn another opportunity by as Felix Shirts condemns Charlie Large to his first defeat of the day. A 4-3 victory against the man from Waterlooville, and he knows how important that could be. He moves on to 6 points. It is a real sigh of relief as far as the Swiss is concerned, and it means that things are going to be incredibly tight now at the top end of that table. Charlie Large will lead the way on 8 points, but 3 players in behind on 6. And don't discredit Jeff Murray on 4 after that brilliant last performance against Keelan K, where he averaged 105.04. It is a very interesting look to things now as far as this Group C is concerned. That result really could change things as Felix Shirts beats Charlie Large in the last game of the day by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Scott, Charlie Large going down, not 5 out of 5 in the end. Come tomorrow, how much might I look back at that match as the one where it started to go wrong if we're going to go down the negative angle to start with?
Yeah, possibly. But I did say to Henry, when you've got that run and sometimes you need to get a monkey off your back if you're not used to doing that. And maybe that could be the turning point for him to go well again tomorrow with the disappointment of that last game. But he's been the standout he's had the standout run. Had a really tight game 4-3 early doors with Nico, and then he's just bloomed, if you like, from there, Charlie has.
There we go. He's learning, isn't he? I used to do the puns around here. Right, 15 fixtures have been completed today. Here are the results from them. And, I mean, it all started with that Shirts victory against Jeff Murray, beating the favourite for the group. And then at the end of the day, Felix, again, the spoiler, beating the probably now favourite for the group.
I think that shows a bit of Felix's mindset, really, to us here, and the way that he's played today. You know, he got lost a little bit in the middle. He didn't find his game, then started relaxing again, and look what he's done. He beat the group topper.
Yeah, absolutely did. Look, we'll talk more about Charlie Large now, because despite that last defeat, he has had a fantastic day, hasn't he? When you just reflect on it on a big picture, 4 wins out of his first 4. We can see them all here.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we've just passed him, haven't we, as he's left the stage, and he's a little bit disappointed because 5 out of 5 was there to be had today, and he knows that it was there to be had. But he'll give him 10 or 15 minutes, and he'll see this as a really positive day for him, and he'll come back tomorrow with positivity in his mind, because you can't do anything else but.
That thing that I said to you earlier on the balcony as well about him being from Portsmouth, how much of a motivation or a distraction could that be come tomorrow?
Well, it's become sort of like everybody knows about the MODUS Super Series now and where it's held, and in Portsmouth. So Portsmouth is becoming a place within darts like other venues are. So the fact that he's from Portsmouth, he wants to come here. He'll see it as his home venue. He goes home and sleeps in his own bed every night, and he'll want to do well here. It's just natural to want to do that.
From the top of the table to the bottom, another young player, Thomas Banks. He's had a difficult week this week. It's been a little frustrating. I mean, you know him well. He's shown he can do things like this, but the style hasn't turned into substance, has it?
No, I thought the 164 actually probably hindered him a little bit, because I think that raised his expectation a little. And then when he came out in other games and wasn't starting to do that and wasn't finding the fluidity with his scoring, I think maybe that 164 was a bad turning point for him today. Others may not agree, but that's my opinion. I think that he'll come back tomorrow and he'll throw with a bit of freedom tomorrow. He's got nothing to worry about, and maybe we'll see more of the real Thomas Banks tomorrow.
Let me ask you about Jeff Murray as well. He had an interesting day. Favourite before the day started. Only picked up 2 wins, but did show in that last match, 105 average, and capped it with a fabulous 154 checkout.
I wonder whether Jeff was in the back room and maybe saw a flash of the odds. I don't know. It's difficult if you know that you're the favourite and you come out in that first game. The first game's difficult here anyway, and any competition on any day. To play the first match is very difficult. And maybe if he saw that he was favourite, that affected him a little early doors. But since then, that last game he was very, very good. And if we see more of that of him, then he's still in the shout qualifying.
Yeah, may indeed climb up the table halfway through this group, and it looks like this. Charlie Large is top of it, but just 2 points behind 3 players, and then the favourite for the group before a dart was thrown, just 2 points behind those. Looking at that, are you saying it's a 5-way fight tomorrow?
I think it really could be. It just depends on that first run of games tomorrow, the first run of 3, and who does what to who. I still think that should Jeff Murray win that, he's back in the shout. And I don't know actually who he's playing first, but if let's say he's playing Charlie Large, which it probably will be, won't it?
Reverse order.
Yeah, so there you go. That's a big turn. That will bring Charlie Large back in, and it will raise him up the ladder.
Let's have a look at the week as a whole. We've already got Thibaut Treacle, fantastic performance in Group A to get through, but Group B is getting underway tonight. Rob Grundy, Jared Cole and Danny Smith coming in to join Harry Ward and Willie Ball and Scott. It looks like a decent group, but how many contenders realistically are there to get the 3 places in that one?
I think there are 5. To be quite totally honest, we've got 2 groups. This Group C and this Group B are so even that it's going to be again another one of those. I'm going to sit on the fence. It's so tough to call. You've got Danny Smith coming in local as well. He'll want to do well here, and we know the talent that the other 4 have got. This is just Henry and I were just saying we can't wait to get back in tonight.
There must be a lot of collapsed fences around your farm, Scott.
No, we build them big and sturdy around my way.
There we go. Right, do join us where Scott will get off that fence this evening and give us some predictions about who will be joining Thibaut Tricot in finals night on Saturday. The action resumes with the start of Group B live on both the Modus Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. We'll see you then.
Gentlemen, after 13 weeks of action, this is the Modus Super Series Champions Week final. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage the first of our finalists. Firstly, it's the Wizard, Colin Osborne. And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. He's the reigning and defending Modus Super Series champion. It's the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Well, here we go. It is final time. £20,000 up for grabs. This is a £10,000 money match. The winner guaranteed 20. The runner-up 10. But more importantly, for this young man, an opportunity to be the first player to defend the Champions Week final. Up against Colin Osborne, 48. Middlesbrough, now residing in Derby. And this one, Nico, youth versus experience.
Indeed. This is what I'm calling the game for greatness. To be the greatest player in Modus Super Series history, Osborne has only got one thing to achieve, and that is to win this game, to get his name on that. But for Littler, he could deny the Wizard that little slice of greatness and create his own.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And there is a massive difference in dynamic. Colin won't care how he wins. He just wants to win. Where if it gets scrappy, like we've seen in the last one, Luke
97.
did get involved.
Will the crowd be a factor here?
58.
Because half of this audience have been cheering for the Nuke.
Love the fact that they've all stayed to watch
58.
the finale.
I've just spoken to a couple of people on the balcony, and they've travelled 200 miles to be here tonight.
53.
That's the reach of coming here to the Modus Super Series now. As for the players, over the last 3 months, they've come as far
45
as Australia, from Canada, all over the globe. But this
59
is 2 English players going for that big check. It may feel a bit like deja vu for Luke, because he's been here before against Jacob Taylor, who
85
was a very well-seasoned player.
96.
Needed that treble. That's his first big treble of the final. You can see that Colin is a little edgy. Neither player
24
have settled yet.
It's not every day you play for £10,000 more, because they've already got 10,000 in the bank.
65.
Some of these finals are not about quality. They are about bottle.
Yeah, they're about controlling your emotions and dealing with adversity.
45.
Colin,
Luke
at
to
the
require
moment, the timing isn't
170.
there. He's not even getting to the end of his throw. Who is going to
40.
settle first?
Colin, you require 147.
18 darts thrown. Now they're on a finish. Could just be one visit that unlocks what
Yes.
they need
60.
for the rest of the match.
Luke to require
One little key.
130.
Could be this 130. Bull.
105. Colin, you require 87.
He's been clutch tonight when he's needed to be.
69.
Not right there. Littler knows a thing or
Luke
two about a
required
25 checkout.
5. Ooh. Double 4.
21.
And Osborne on double 9.
Colin, you
Can be
require
tricky.
18.
Got to be aggressive.
Didn't even think about splitting it.
Game
And he
shot
gets
on
it
the
with the first
leg.
start.
Colin
He can
Osborne.
consider himself fortunate to have had 24 darts to leave
Second
that
leg,
double
it's
9.
Luke to throw first. Game on.
But it proves that winning the bullseye in the practice room has paid dividends already.
140.
Now that first leg's been shaken off, they may start to perform.
41.
See how short the swing is from Colin Osborne.
140.
We've talked a lot this evening about people knowing each other really well throughout the week. This is the first meeting
60.
they've had all week. They have not crossed paths.
Colin should be experienced enough not
57.
to get drawn into the hype.
Do beg your pardon, I got that wrong. They played in Group B together, didn't they? What I was going to say was,
80.
where was
Luke to
Osborne
require 164.
when Littler was born?
57.
Littler was days old after Osborne was making his debut at the World Championship in 2007.
Not scary.
85.
There's your proof about clash
Luke
of
to require
generations.
107.
Sticking with double 16.
91.
And I don't get it. Sometimes I can see method in the madness. But this tactic here, we've said he's had problems in that department.
180. Luke
Can't
to
afford
require
any more.
60.
We've seen Osborne approach like that all night long, just in case.
Game shot on the second leg.
It is not fruitful
Luke
this
Littler.
time. Fair play to Luke for hitting that double 4. That was well needed.
And that last start will hurt.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
After a match,
Game
you
on.
think, go on, I'd love one more go. Denied by the last start from Littler.
Well, how many times have we said that to ourselves as dart players?
99.
Oh, I'd love one more go.
And you think you're going to get one, and the moment you think you're going to get one, you don't.
77.
What this final is proving is that Luke is immune. You think about some of the finals he's had here in Portsmouth. He's never lost a knockout match. 109, 117
100.
in finals. This pressure is different. Or is he just warming up?
100.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, tonight, averages of 92.49, beating Osborne earlier on.
43.
And after that, 95.17 and 80% on doubles, beating Rhys Robinson in a very entertaining six-leg contest.
140.
In that semi-final that you've just seen.
There's Luke Littler just starting to turn the screw. The throw of Colin looks
99.
just off. And that's confirmed by the average. 74.
64. Colin, you require 160.
He's not going to find this one. Said earlier on,
100.
having the ball,
Luke, you require 120.
could pay dividends. He did in leg one, but his throw may be broken.
100.
Not quite.
Colin, you
How
require
many lives
60.
has Osborne used up over the last 3 days?
Calling in the cat.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
So far, this crowd is fairly muted.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
The thing is, if the longer you take to put Colin away, the more
134.
people believe he's going to lift the trophy.
Patience is one of those qualities that if you have it, boy, it can be useful.
137.
On Thursday, Littler beat Osborne by 4 legs to 1. That wasn't a great game. When they played on Friday, it was better.
55.
But Littler still won by 4 legs to 3. I mentioned that Littler beat him by 4 legs to 0 earlier on tonight.
93.
When we thought that maybe Osborne wasn't going to be cutting it here on finals night. It would be so typical of this format if the only win that Osborne gets would be against the person
79.
that's already beaten him 3 times.
Yeah, 3 out of 3. Again, he's just trying to apply a bit of pressure, but not for the first time. Luke's produced a 2 treble cover shot visit to take back control of the leg.
100.
Things are definitely settling in this
Luke,
game
you
now.
require 82.
Well, as a player, you're aware of the short format, aren't you?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Even more added pressure as the best leg of the match is completed by Luke Littler in 15 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Had over twice as many shots at a double than Colin Osborne has Luke. 9
60
for Luke Littler, 4 at a double for Colin. Incredibly though, the only 180 in the match is for Colin Osborne.
58.
He's yet to hit a 140.
He might not need one. We're at the stage now
60
where we've played hundreds upon hundreds of games, and it might come down to 1 leg.
39.
But in old money, it's as if the set score in a World Masters is tied, and it's a 1-set shootout.
140.
Advantage Osborne. Those treble 19s
134.
really are coming up trumps for Luke.
They're paying dividends. Great cover shooting.
He's got a 140 there. That's his second. Maybe that's starting to click. How big will that be, though?
Huge.
Colin, you require 101.
Absolutely huge.
Very similar to the 104 that he took in that match with West in the semis. He's not going to take this one. Another chance for
57.
Littler to break.
Luke, you require 90.
Double 20, double 15. He'll stay there. Ball.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
Is that the moment?
Has the nuke just erupted?
bag that
Sixth leg, it's Luke to
Colin
throw
pretty
first.
much
Game
controlled without getting a dart at a double.
48.
It took till leg 5 to get a breaker throw. 48. Well,
28.
he's not punished.
You could see it. Who's got the launch codes?
It's
is it Luke or is it the wizard?
140.
The man with the most experience seems to be the one that's suffering in the moment.
81.
He needs mistakes from the defending champion.
Good luck
134.
Doesn't look like they're coming.
Yeah, again, picking off 2 treble 19s. Incredible ease.
78.
He's got lots of time to get rid of this. Wants to leave tops.
64.
That will have to do. A lead of 199 points is more than fine.
66.
It looks like Colin might have
Luke
to wait for that darting destiny here in
150.
Portsmouth to complete his set, because Littler is on the cusp
95.
and has now missed a dart to get his fingerprints back on that trophy.
Gonna get plenty more.
It just had to be double 10.
40. Luke required 20.
It is double 10.
Game.
It's double 5. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final. But the army of fans that have made their way to Portsmouth from all over the country to support this young 16-year-old superstar, they are not going to leave disappointed, because once again, Chris Mason, Luke Littler is the champion.
Yeah, does the business back-to-back Champions Week finals. £60,000 in prize money just from the Super Series. He is now unbeaten, Nico, in 4 finals here at the Super Series.
In knockout darts, Luke Littler has won 8 games from 8. Sometimes you can win with an average of 117.88, but right there, all he needed was an 86 in a gutsy display. 4 hits from 13 on the doubles. It was very edgy at the start, but as you can see, Osborne didn't have in his locker enough to find the cheat codes to beat the nuke. The highest checkout of the match, 90, as you can see. Just a couple of maximums in that one. And as soon as Osborne started to find the 140s, unfortunately, the game was up. Thanks for joining us. It's time to crown the champion.
Luke Littler, many, many congratulations. You've done it again. Many congratulations. Just sum up how you feel right now.
I feel okay. But the final, we weren't the best. But 2-2, I took out the 90 on the ball, and I think if I didn't take that out, personally, I would have lost the game, because I didn't feel right. I was shaking. Yeah.
If the first time you won it, you did it with style, flair and panache, this time, did you draw on almost experiences of last time, grinding in, being gritty, because there was moments in that semi-final against Berry, moments in that final against Colin, where there was moments where there was a little bit of peril?
Yeah, well, semi-final and final, there was opportunities where I could have gone 3-2 down, but I dug in, and I've done it again.
What is the secret? What is the Luke Littler secret when it comes to the Super Series?
I love it down here. But obviously, I'm second in the development tour. Obviously, I'm on to get my tour card, and obviously this is at the top right now. But if I do get my tour card, then I'll thank everyone at the MODUS.
I think you've made a couple of friends tonight. This crowd, they absolutely love you, and you love them, don't you?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Obviously, I've got people from my area. I've got people from Spain. It's unbelievable.
So, when you spoke to me last time you won the 20 grand, you said, I want to defend it. I want to go and do things. I want to get a car. Now you've got another 20 grand in your pocket. What's the next goal for Luke Littler?
A better car than what I was thinking. But obviously, it's massive. I've done it again.
Well, Luke, you know what time it is now. You're getting used to this. I'm going to take that microphone off you. I'm going to let you have your moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Conor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie Rick 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again! He really is the man! He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2!
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180!
Luke was 80% on the doubles, hit 3 180s and had 107.55 average.
100!
And it also included that very near, incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180!
It doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this
57. Steve, you're calling 141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Game on the first leg.
He's promised it all week, and he's the first person not called Conor Heenan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Fifth leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
Absolutely liking everything about him today. And Darryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Daryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Daryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18.
It's
the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Daryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
Max. Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.